now it's the light show. Pretty much you go there for the light show and you get a coffee or a hot cocoa.
I almost think that they did that just to, so they'd have more participants here in the city, so people don't have to leave to, north to.
Chairman, you may begin.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go check this. This is driving me crazy. It's affecting my hearing aids. All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's Jerry Capone here. I'm calling to order the November meeting of the Rehoboth Beach Board of Adjustment. We're doing this in a hybrid fashion today. There are some of us present in the council chambers, and we have quite a few people watching us online. So part virtual, part in person. First thing we're going to do is take a roll call. So I'm looking at the screen. I see Barry Brandt. Barry, are you there?
Jerry, I am here, and you're coming in very softly.
Okay.
Your volume.
You're coming in a little loud, so maybe you want to reduce your volume a little bit.
Okay.
And then Walt, you say hi if you're there. There he is. Walt Cassell is present.
Hi, Gary.
Randy, good afternoon. There you are.
I'm here.
And Jan, how are you doing today? Jan,
I'm here.
there she is. She's here. Good. So we have a full contingent here. We do have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are you available? Ann.
Yes, I am.
Nice to hear your voice. And could you tell us whether, just tell us whether the notice were properly posted and mailed in this case? That's all I need to know.
The agenda and the public notices were properly posted. Mailings were done to property owners within 200 feet and posted on the property. That's all I have, Chair.
Okay, well, thank you. Then we're going to proceed with the hearing with the understanding that notification was properly conducted in this case. All right, so I can see that for the city, we have Mr. Mandalis and, I'm sorry, Matt. Matt is here, the building inspector, Matt Janis. And are the people from Papa John's here today?
Yeah, I'm here, Alex Papadon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
All right, I'm trying to, I think my father, yes, my dad's on the phone too. Okay, great.
Okay.
I do have one note. A member of the applicant team, his name is Chris Silkey. He told me that he's coming across as public when he's really part of the applicant team. So I just want to make sure that when we go through our presentation, that Chris is recognized during the presentation and not during public comment, because he's part of our presentation.
All right, well, we'll allow that. So just make sure, when he wants to speak or when you want him to speak, just let us know and introduce him, okay?
Okay.
Now, how about Mr. Dukes? Will he be appearing today?
I am here.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Dukes.
Good afternoon.
So the parties are present. Let me see if I can check with Ann. Can you tell me whether there's been any general correspondence in this case other than what appears in the agenda that's been posted?
Chair, there was no general correspondence.
Okay. Is there any old business, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay, and the new business, of course, is the case that we have before us today. So today, we have the case of Bellhaven Hotel variance request. We thank the members of the public who are here or watching the meeting. Thank you for your interest in our work. If you've requested time to speak, we ask that you address only the issues before the board. And by that, I mean the legal criteria for area variances, which we will be discussing with you shortly. Everyone who speaks during the hearing will be required to give their testimony under oath, and I'm going to ask our attorney, Mr. Townsend, to administer those oaths. We do not have a court reporter present today, so if a transcript of this hearing is ever required, the court reporter will be able to work from the tape recordings of this meeting to prepare a transcript. However, I suggest that you keep your voices up and please no cross conversation during the hearing, so that will allow her to conduct the work as easily as possible. All right, so let's turn our attention then to today's case. We're going to take up the request for a variance.
Recognized.
Okay, Jan, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Jerry, I'd like to recuse myself from this hearing.
Okay, Jan. Well, thank you very much. Please turn off your feed then.
Right,
All right.
I'm doing it. Okay, thanks.
All right, with that, let's start the hearing. So, as I said, this is an area variance request. I don't think anybody disputes that. If you do, let me know. And as most of us know, there are 4 criteria that we have to weigh in order to determine whether to grant this variance. The 4 criteria are these. 1, the nature of the zone where the property lies. 2nd, the character and use of the immediate vicinity. 3rd, whether removal of the restriction on the applicant's property would seriously affect the neighboring properties and their uses. And 4th, whether failure to remove the restriction would create exceptional practical difficulty for the owner in relation to his effort to make normal improvements to the property. So those are the things that we're going to consider in making our decision today. I'm going to turn to Mr. Janis and ask him to make his report on this application.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to you. Before you today is case number 0921-07, the location being 2 Rehoboth Avenue. Applicant is John N. Papajohn of 301 Dunch Road, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware 19971, owner being the same. The nature of the request is that the applicant, John N. Papajohn, is seeking a variance to 270-21B5 that restricts the floor area ratio for all buildings or structures located within a commercial district to 2.0. The applicant seeks the allowable FAR to be increased to 3.0. The properties are located on both Rehoboth Avenue and Wilmington Avenue and include the following addresses: 2 Rehoboth Avenue, 5 Wilmington Avenue, 7 Wilmington Avenue, 9 Wilmington Avenue, 13 Wilmington Avenue, and 14 Wilmington Avenue. Collectively, the lots tally approximately 38,475 square feet and are situated in the C1 Commercial Zoning District. The proposed construction is for a mixed-use building with commercial uses on the first floor and 3 additional floors to accommodate a hotel and the related functions. Background information is the allowable FAR for these combined lots is as follows: 38,475 square feet times 2.0 tallies 76,950 square feet. The applicant is seeking a 3.0, which would be 38,475 square feet times 3.0, giving 115,425 square feet. The approval of this variance request might have an influence on similar projects. The city's ordinances and CDP were put in place to dictate the preferred direction of the city moving towards the future. The proposed building owners should seek to build to or modify the city's zoning ordinance rather than being granted variances. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
I have a question for you, just for the record.
Certainly.
So the variance today, as you understand it, this is just a FAR variance.
As far as the application was filled out, it was only for FAR.
So we're not considering a variance for height restrictions in this case.
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Dukes, would you agree on that proposition?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes, the only thing we're requesting is a variance from the FAR so that it will match up to the comprehensive plan. The height is met, everything else is met, all the standards.
All right,
Jerry, microphone.
speak into the mic. All right. Before I ask you to start off, Mr. Dukes, I'd like to say a few things about this proposal today. This application involves the most large-scale proposal that has come before the board, I would say, in the 4 years that I've served on the board. And to the folks who are listening out there, I think it's important to recognize that because of its magnitude, this project must undergo a complex process to get approval. And I have spent a considerable amount of time reviewing this, for this particular hearing and for the hearing a couple of years ago, as have the other board members. And it has occurred to me that as I followed the applicant's quest to build this hotel over the past couple of years, getting all the approvals needed for this project to go forward, it's kind of like solving a Rubik's Cube. There are many facets that need to be considered, and all facets must be completely and successfully completed. And the facets are, like Rubik's Cube, are interrelated. So I appreciate that a project of this magnitude is complex and lengthy process. It's also important to realize that this case has drawn a lot of attention in our community. We received a petition signed by over 100 citizens. In addition, we've gotten 3 lengthy submissions from concerned citizens, which I liken to amicus briefs in court. And I refer to the submissions from Michael Strange, who happens to be a member of the Planning Commission, Dr. Michael Trejos, who owns the adjacent property, and from Charles Marvin, Jr. I think that some, but not all of the issues addressed in those submissions need to be addressed here today, just so we're all dealing on the same wavelength. We all know what's at stake here today and what's not. So I'm going to be, when it's my turn to ask some questions, I'm going to be addressing questions to the attorneys, Mr. Mendelis, and to you, Mr. Dukes, and perhaps to my own counsel, Mr. Townsend, to discuss exactly what our role is here today versus the Planning Commission or other agencies who have something to do with this project going forward. Okay, with that, Mr. Dukes, I'd like to introduce you and ask you to make an opening statement on behalf of your client.
From the law firm of Tunnel. I am Hal Dukes from the law firm of Tunnel and Razor. Our law firm represents the Papajohn family, who are in the process of redeveloping the south side of Rehoboth Avenue, the boardwalk, through to Wilmington Avenue. The Papajohn family has been affiliated with Rehoboth since the 1930s. I've known the Papajohn family my entire life. Mr. Papajohn went to the Rehoboth school just like I did. We were local residents, we were local boys. I grew up in Rehoboth. Mr. Papajohn did too. Both of us went to Rehoboth High School. We are seeking a variance from the floor area ratio because the city code does not recognize mixed use in its FAR ordinance. This FAR is established mostly for residential, and it conflicts with the plan for the future development of Rehoboth as established by the Comprehensive Development Plan. I am now, and I know there are people here that are against this project, and they're probably upset about the size and even maybe will discuss fire escapes or hydrology or traffic or storms or some other issue. But frankly, these issues have nothing to do with our application today. I want to make this point perfectly clear. The bulk size of this building will be exactly the same whether the Papajohn family builds an upscale hotel with stores, conference room, balconies, or a third-party developer builds a monolithic condominium with no stores and parking on the ground level and the boardwalk level. The 2.0 version will be constructed totally without a variance required. The 2.0 version will result in a box. The size of this structure is presently allowed by right. What our staff and team have done is create a project that will enhance the entire Rehoboth Avenue area. The difference is that if we do not get the increase we've asked for, there will be no underground parking, and there will be no stores on Rehoboth Avenue, no stores on the boardwalk, and no stores on Wilmington Avenue. There will be ground level parking in that area as established by the ordinances in the zoning code of Rehoboth Beach. So in order to afford the expensive underground parking, which is about $10 to $14 million, the Papa John family are asking this board to allow a conference room inside the building, balconies, which are set back from the street, not on the street, they're set back, and upscale amenities in the same size building as a 2.0 size bulk is allowed. It's a matter of definition. A few years ago, balconies were not part of the FAR, now they are. In this case, we also have definitions as applied to the conference rooms, wider hallways, and balconies. At first blush, this request for the FAR increase seems dramatic, but the bulk size is the same. The difference is the Papa John family is asking to upscale the building. This is hoped that when this building is upscaled, it'll start a precedent on Rehoboth Avenue so that the future structures on Rehoboth Avenue, some which are very dated, will be upscaled so Rehoboth can meet the standards established by the comprehensive zoning plan. It takes courage to make this decision on the Papa John family because it's very expensive. But they have made a decision that they want to go ahead and upscale this site because they love Rehoboth and they think it's better than selling out to a developer to build a box. If this plan is accepted by the town, we're hoping that this precedent will also gravitate to the other buildings that will be under construction in the future, some in the near future. The commercial area is going to change. We know that. We're hoping that this board will recognize the need to meet the criteria established by the comprehensive plan. We hope that this board will help set a precedent for upscale development in Rehoboth. The key to the whole thing is we're asking the board to create an opportunity for high-class upscale development for the future Rehoboth, namely a world-class resort still maintaining the small-town character. This last sentence was taken directly from the Rehoboth Beach Comprehensive Development Plan. So I think at this point, I think it's appropriate for Mr. Papa John to discuss the plans, and then also we have the engineers to go ahead over the details. So at that point, I guess, Alex, would you step forward and speak?
Yeah, but delighted to. Thank you, Hal. First, let me introduce to you the rest of our team.
Is this
We
Alex
have Peter
Papa?
Falat.
Could you hold on a second, please?
Yes.
Is this Alex Papa John?
Yes, Alex Papa John.
Okay. You're going to need to be sworn. Mr. Townsend is going to swear you.
Okay.
I'm going to hold my questions until after this is finished.
Sir, do you affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So please proceed.
Great. Again, thanks, Hal. Thank you, Mr. Capone, members of the Board of Adjustment. Let me introduce to you the rest of our team. We have Peter Falat, our architect and principal at Falat Plus Architecture. Chris Silke from RevPar International, one of the premier hospitality advisory and asset management firms in the country. And my father, John Papa John. Peter is going to address the history of our site and delve a little bit into the history of Rehoboth Beach. He's going to compare the 2.0 FAR and 3.0 FAR variants. And he's going to discuss why our currently proposed project comports with the CDP and why there's a hardship. Chris is going to discuss feasibility and compare and contrast different versions of the project in light of the 2.0 FAR, which is currently allowed in the zoning ordinance. And he's going to discuss the currently proposed 3.0 FAR version as well. And my dad, John Papa John, is going to wrap things up with a broad overview of what our family is trying to accomplish with the project. I am going to set the table a little bit and discuss one of the reasons, not the only one, but one of the reasons why we believe there is a legitimate hardship, and also clear up some misconceptions along the way. Fundamentally, the hardship here arises from the incompatibility of the Comprehensive Development Plan, CDP, and the zoning ordinance. The CDP contemplates many laudable goals, which our family agrees with, such as encouraging attractive, upscale, inviting development, which attracts guests and visitors who have the means to frequent Rehoboth's gourmet restaurants and upscale retailers. The CDP also contemplates attracting visitors on a year-round basis, which is the reason why we have the meeting conference center in our proposal. Now, let me note that an upscale, attractive hotel development, at least how our family sees it, includes really nice amenities, such as beautiful lobby bars, zero-edge pool, well-equipped fitness center, lovely meeting conference center, artisan restaurant, and yes, balconies. If I stopped right there and said that this beautiful modern hotel is all we wanted to put on this property, forget about stores, forget about anything else, we would not be able to build it at the high level of quality and with all these amenities with only a 2.0 FAR. There's not enough room. But that's not all. As far as what we and the other stakeholders in the property, including the Planning Commission, locals, visitors want on our property. In addition to this attractive hotel, everyone, including our family, wants the retail stores back. But that takes even more square footage. But that's still not all. Neither the Wilmington Avenue, Baltimore Avenue Streetscape Task Force nor the Planning Commission want to see the ground level of our property used for a parking lot. They want to see attractive development on Wilmington Avenue, the Boardwalk, and Rehoboth Avenue. They want to see stores. They want to see a lovely hotel lobby. They want to see artisan restaurants. Well, that means we need to build, not only does that mean we have to build an underground parking garage, which is very expensive, but all of that development on the ground level takes up even more of the FAR. So here's the criteria that the Papa John family is being asked to meet for the project by the various stakeholders in the project. Everybody wants to see an aesthetically pleasing first-class development. And we're actually taking it a step further by trying to build something that is reminiscent of the original Bellhaven Hotel. I think everybody wants us to keep the retail stores. Yes, our family wants that. I think everybody would like it if we could avoid using the ground level as a parking lot. In fact, and it's on the record, our family submitted a site plan for concept review, which was code compliant. And it had parking on the ground level. And everyone, including our family, everyone disliked it. Instead, people want us to use the ground level for quality development. But again, that takes more FAR. And it also requires us to put in that underground parking garage, which is a massive expense. And then obviously this development has to be feasible. We live in a world of dollars and cents. It's got to be investable. It has to look attractive to a bank. So we're supposed to meet all of these criteria and make it economically feasible, all while comporting with a 2.0 FAR. That is simply impossible. What we want to do is build a beautiful mixed-use development, as Hal was mentioning. We have a hotel, we have retail stores, a restaurant, meeting conference center. But when you subtract all the FAR for the stores, for the other nice development on the ground level, you just don't have enough FAR left over to build that first-class hotel with all those wonderful amenities. The problem is, as Hal mentioned, the 2.0 FAR is essentially a single-use provision being applied to a mixed-use development. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. It just won't fit. Then we get to the issue of feasibility. The cost to build an underground parking garage, the retail stores, the first-class hotel with modern amenities is massive. We cannot accomplish all the criteria in the CDP, satisfy the desires of the Wilmington Avenue, Baltimore Avenue Streetscape Task Force, and keep the structure at a 2.0 FAR and make it feasible. It's just not possible. We believe that our variance request meets all of the elements as stated in the zoning ordinance. Our variance request is not contrary to the public interest. In fact, our request is in the public interest and would facilitate compliance with the CDP, which favors upscale development. The 3.0 FAR version comports better with the CDP than the 2.0, because with the 2.0, you cannot put in an attractive, inviting, truly upscale development that the CDP contemplates. Secondly, a special situation exists not of our own making. Our property is in a special iconic location. We are burdened with the unique expectation that we build an inviting upscale development, include the retail stores, and avoid ground level parking. Compare these explicit expectations with every other hotel development in downtown Rehoboth, Boardwalk Plaza, Atlantic Sands, Avenue Inn, Belmore, Admiral Hotel, and others. All of those developments have ground level parking in whole or in part. And did they receive the same kind of pressure that we're getting to put in the retail stores? I don't think so. So our situation is unique and does present a legitimate hardship. A literal interpretation of the zoning ordinance will result in unnecessary hardship and an exceptional practical difficulty. Yes, for our development, it would. If a 2.0 is applied to our project, and then we're supposed to comport with all the requirements and expectations in the CDB and the Streetscape Task Force, we can't build that kind of project. We don't have the FAR to do it. It's not only impractical, it's just impossible. The spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. What we do want to do is to build a 3.0 FAR hotel that comports with the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. It may be counterintuitive, but the 3.0 version of our hotel actually comports more with the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance than the 2.0. As mentioned earlier, the bulk and the scale is the same. As far as the crowding, congestion, and fewer cars, the zoning ordinance, the intent of it is, with the 2.0, is to lessen crowding, lessen congestion, lessen the number of cars on the street. Well, the 3.0 version of our hotel has about 116 rooms. The 2.0 version has 160 rooms. So in actuality, it's the 3.0 version that comports with the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance more than the 2.0. Some critics, well, I want to get in now to the misconceptions about our project, but I do believe that we meet all of those elements for our hardship.
All right.
Some critics believe that granting the variance would set a bad precedent. No, it would not. Our project is unique and sits in an iconic location. Because of its unique location, we're burdened with expectations, as I've said before. So a grant of a variance in our case would not set a precedent because of those unique conditions that we face and those unique expectations. And it would not set a precedent for future proposed developments unless those rare circumstances. How many iconic locations are there in the city of Rehoboth Beach? Maybe one other across the street. And if those rare circumstances are duplicated, in that case, our precedent would be a good one. Not all precedents are bad, some are good. Another misconception, some critics believe we want the variance because it will put our family in a superior economic position. Nope. Actually, from a purely economic standpoint, and Chris is going to get into this in a little more detail, the 2.0 FAR version would cost us millions of dollars less, maybe $15 million less to build, and it would be a more efficient model to operate. It's actually the 2.0 FAR version with 160 rooms that would put our family in a superior economic position. Again, counterintuitive. Another misconception, some believe that the 3.0 FAR version would mean more people, more rooms, more crowding, and more congestion. No, I just went over the reasons why. It's counterintuitive because if we have to build a 2.0 FAR version, in order to make up for the diminished revenue streams from either the shrinkage or the elimination of the retail stores, the elimination of the meeting conference center, and the diminished room revenue caused by the lower quality development, we would need to shrink the size of the rooms, but increase their number. Once again, the 3.0 FAR version best comports with the CDP and the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. In conclusion, my conclusion, we're going to move on to Peter after my presentation. In conclusion, our family wants to build a beautiful mixed-use development anchored by a modern, aesthetically pleasing hotel reminiscent of the original Bellhaven Hotel that the entire community, all the stakeholders, will be proud of. We are confident that we clearly meet the elements of a variance request as stated in the zoning ordinance. This is a monumental decision that the Board of Adjustment will make today. It will in part determine the future course of Rehoboth Beach. If our variance is granted and we build the 3.0 FAR hotel, it will be a catalyst for other property owners to build aesthetically pleasing, beautiful developments. If it is denied, our family will move forward with a development that is unfortunately lower quality compared to what we're currently proposing. It would not be reminiscent of the original Bellhaven. And we are afraid it will be a catalyst for other property owners to build at a more mediocre level of quality, something we think would disappoint everyone who cares about the future of Rehoboth Beach. Thank you for your time. Mr. Capone, I'm ready to hand things off to Peter, unless you have questions or comments right now.
Before you do that, I would just like to take a little break here to discuss some of the things that came up in your opening. You mentioned the Planning Commission, you mentioned the CDP, and I wanted to take a break here to talk to some of the attorneys in public here to discuss where we are with this and what our role here is today as compared to the Planning Commission and other agencies involved in review of your project. So I'm going to ask Mr. Mandalis first to address these questions. But Mr. Dukes, please listen in, and you may want to weigh in. First is this, and this concerns the three lengthy submissions we got from members of the public. And I want to, if they're watching today, I want to address some of their concerns to make sure everyone understands what page we're on here. One of the issues raised in this case by opponents of the project is that the applicant has put the cart before the horse by not submitting site plans to the Planning Commission as required by Chapter 236 of the City Code. This argument suggests that this process must be conducted in a specific order. That order being, under Chapter 236, the applicant must first get approval from the Planning Commission before coming to the Zoning Board. Do you take issue with that, or can you clear that up for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are two separate processes at work here. One is this process that we're in today, Board of Adjustment hearing, where the board has authority to grant variances and in some cases exceptions from zoning laws that you referred to in Chapter 270. The Planning Commission operates in Chapter 236, and in Chapter 236, there's a process called site plan review that certain projects of large scale and magnitude must submit to for the Planning Commission's approval before those projects can be built. One of the requirements in Chapter 236 is that the building official, Mr. Janis, who's here today, cannot allow a proposed project to proceed to the Planning Commission unless he finds that the project as submitted is zoning compliant. We're here today because everybody acknowledges that Bellhaven, as it's presently constructed or proposed, is not zoning compliant. Is not zoning compliant. The zoning code for commercial projects has a maximum of 2.0 FAR, and they're requesting 3.0 FAR. So this project cannot be presented to the Planning Commission as a full site plan review until it is submitted in a way that is zoning compliant. So to your question, Mr. Chair, this project team could have submitted a 2.0 FAR project, and it could have gone to the Planning Commission for site plan review. Rather than doing that, it submitted a project that is 3.0 FAR under what's called a concept review, where the Planning Commission is able to look at it sort of in the early stages and then is required to give some feedback. So that process is ongoing. It's kind of midstream at this point, and we're talking in the Planning Commission now. At this point, the applicant submitted for concept review. The applicant made a presentation, public comments have been taken, and now it's the Planning Commission's turn to give some feedback. But again, the Planning Commission has not looked at this project as a full site plan submittal because it can't until it's zoning compliant. So if the variance were to be granted today, then this project, is again, still subject to Mr. Janis's review.
My apologies.
Sure. So if this variance were granted today, subject to Mr. Janis's review, it could be zoning compliant, and then the Planning Commission would be able to look at it as a zoning compliant plan, even with a 3.0 FAR, because this body is the one that can grant variances and make a project that is not compliant with the zoning code compliant. So there are two separate processes, though, to be very, very clear. This board today, as I understand it, and Mr. Townsend's here, and he's given the board legal advice, but today your only role is on this variance request of a 2.0 FAR to 3.0 FAR. You're not addressing what the Planning Commission would address, and the Planning Commission's not addressing what the board would address. So procedurally, I think you can go either way. You can either go with a zoning compliant plan to the Planning Commission first, or you can come to the board and request a variance which would allow you to proceed to the Planning Commission.
So, in a nutshell, what I understand is that there was no legal requirement that this variance request as presented, these plans as presented, need to go to the board of, to the Planning Commission first.
That's correct. No legal requirement.
All right. If the applicant were to get his variance today, approved by the Board of Adjustment, is he therefore absolved of presenting his project to the Planning Commission for a site plan review?
No, he would still need a site plan approval before this project could be built.
He would still need to go through the site review process.
Correct.
Mr. Capone, I can't hear you very well, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, if he gets the variance today, he's still got to go to the Planning Commission for the site review process.
Yes.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Is it required that the applicant get a site review? Let's suppose that we grant the variance, is it required that he get a site review plan and approval by the Planning Commission prior to getting a building permit?
Yes.
So even if we were to prepare this variance, to approve this variance request, the applicant could not get a building permit unless and until he got approval from the Planning Commission, correct?
That's correct. I mean, this project, for two reasons, it would need to go to a site plan review. One, the area, the mass of land is large enough that requires that it go to the Planning Commission. And additionally, the project's gross floor area is large enough that it would require a site plan review. So nothing this board can do today would permit this project to go forward without a site plan approval and then a building permit.
All right, so to the extent there may be people thinking that the applicant has put the cart before the horse, that is not the case. He's chosen to go here first, but there's no legal requirement that he take another route.
There's no legal requirement that he take another route, that's right.
Okay. Changing to another related subject. One of the submissions that we got referred to the plus application filed by the applicant. Plus, as I understand it, means preliminary land use service. It's a service provided by the state of Delaware to assist local governments in assessing the impact of large-scale developments. Is that correct?
That's right. It was developed, I think, initially to make sure or to encourage that statewide development is occurring in a way that the state would like to see it. So it's the state's opportunity to give feedback to local jurisdictions about projects that are proposed in their jurisdiction.
Okay. Was a plus review held in this case?
Yes.
And when was that held, if you know?
Do you have that date, Matt? It's been several months now.
Is it possible it was in September?
Yes.
Okay, so it could have gone back to September. Has the plus report been prepared yet?
I think it's just recently issued. Okay. Yes.
I don't think that we have we were provided with a copy of the plus report yet. Can I ask if you know which state agencies were involved, which state or other governmental agencies were involved in the plus review?
So I'm certain that DENREC, the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources and Environmental Control, DELDOT, the Delaware Department of Transportation was there. I believe the State Historic Agency was there. Fire Marshal was there. And that's all I recall. There may have been more.
Do plus contributors, meaning the fire marshal, DENRECs, et cetera, make assessments on how the development under consideration, in this case, the Bellhaven project, how that project might adversely affect neighboring properties?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me whether any of the state agencies or any participating agencies in the PLUS program raised any concerns about the impact of this project on neighboring properties?
I think it did, although I can't say that I've reviewed the PLUS report in any detail. Mr. Janis may have something to contribute.
I believe the fire marshal had some comments, but that was pretty much directed, that was pretty much the extent of the comments.
Well, did the comments speak of any concerns about the project, or did the comments indicate approval of the project?
They did indicate some issues that would need to be addressed moving forward.
Okay. All right. We may get back to that later. I have one other area that I'd like to discuss before we continue with the Papa John presentation, and that concerns floodplain issues. My understanding is that the floodplain map has been changed and the property is no longer in a VE flood zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But the property is still in a flood zone, is it not?
That's correct.
And do we know what flood zone it's in?
I believe it was removed to an AO.
AO? Okay. Isn't the applicant required to demonstrate ways of abating a flood threat so that his project does not increase the risk of harm to his neighbors?
That is correct, sir.
So even with an AO flood zone, he's still got the responsibility of showing that this project does not increase the risk of harm to his neighbors.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Those are the preliminaries that I wanted to put on the table before we started getting into more testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Papajohn, are you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Did you have a question, or I'm ready for you to continue with your presentation?
Oh, wonderful. Well,
Okay.
oh,
We'll get back to you, Mr. Papa John. Yes,
Real,
Barry?
real quick, the material as submitted does not show the updated flood zone. So the material that we have to wait upon shows a flood zone dated from 2015. Can someone please clarify that? Exactly what we're looking at?
Okay, Barry, I had a really hard time hearing you. You're coming across, I think your volume is too high.
I thought you said I was too loud before. How's that?
Your mic sensitivity is too high.
Mic sensitivity, right? Not speaker.
Okay.
Barry, there's a lot of static when you're talking.
Do you guys mind if I switch to a Mac if I drop off and come over my iPad?
Well, I don't mind if you do anything that
fine,
makes
we'll
it
let you in.
easier to hear you, so go ahead.
Give me 5.
Okay, did anybody understand what he was saying?
Yeah, but he was
So,
saying
Mr.
that,
Capone, you want us to wait then, is that correct?
We need to him, before we do anything else, he needs to get back on the line, so
Okay.
we're kind of in a recess here.
his question related to what just to documenting the flood zone that we're in, and naturally, whatever this group does is not going to circumvent the application of the proper flood zone. So I think he'd like to see something in the record which indicates that the representation as to the current flood zone is accurate. While we're waiting, I'll ask just a real quick question, not substantive whatsoever, but our variances expire after 6 months. So we've talked a couple of times theoretically what would happen if a variance was granted. How would that, well, there's no way this group would be submitting a building permit application in 6 months.
Jerry, I'm back.
Okay, and much better, Barry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I proceed with my question?
Just give us a second.
Okay.
All right.
It's a good question. We've never had it occur where that's been an issue, but it could very well be one in this instance. I don't think your bylaws or the code allows the Board of Adjustment to extend it either.
That provision says that the board can extend for 90 days.
90 days.
So that provision, I'm not sure how it's been enforced, but it's in the code. It's only.
The question would be, when would the effective date of a variance be granted? When would the clocks start ticking? And I don't know if we would have a chance to manipulate that if a variance were to be granted.
Okay. The way that code section reads, and I can't recall the code section off the top of
Excuse
my
me,
head.
Chair.
Yes, I'm back in front of the microphone.
Can I remind everybody that's in the commissioner's room to please have the mics like right up at your mouth so we can hear you?
Are you scolding me?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm sorry. All right, so here's the deal. I know that there is a provision in the code that says that a variance must be, a building permit must be obtained within 6 months of the date of the variance being granted, and that the Board of Adjustment has the authority to give one extension, I believe, for up to 90 days. I don't know how that section has been enforced. I got to tell you that it's floated around in the back of my mind that anybody in today's day and age with equipment, with supply shortages, is going to have a hard time with that time frame. But I think that's really, it's an interesting issue to consider, but that's not, our decision today is not going to turn on that. So Barry, we're back to you now. You had a question.
Yes, I have a question. So when we met a few years ago, we stopped the Board of Adjustment because of the FEMA issues. You know, we would be in violation of approving something FEMA denied. Then silence, and now it's back to the Board of Adjustment with materials, and the materials as submitted date the flood zone from March 16th, 2015, zones VE and AE. So again, not hearing anything based on reviewing the material as submitted, I'm left in the dark about the flood zone. Now I'm hearing it for the first time that it's been changed. So, you know, again, looking at this material, it's inaccurate based on flood zone information. That's all I have to say on that.
But I think the record is that the city provided is that the flood zone was changed, and the flood zone for this project now is an AO flood zone. But my understanding is that there still are considerations that the building owner has to provide some proof or planning that, to show how he's going to alleviate any flood problems that his project may cause for his neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Papajohn, so we took a little detour there from your presentation. I'm sorry, but I think we laid some ground rules here and talked about the direction we're going to go in. So we're back to you. But now I can't hear you.
You're muted.
You're muted, Mr. Papajohn.
All right, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Capone. I appreciate it. I'm going to hand things over to Peter Filat, our architect.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Filat. I'm going to ask our counsel to swear you.
Mr. Filat, could you give us your address for the record?
My address is 353 Sturtons Lane, Pasadena, Maryland.
And do you affirm your testimony in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that I have the opportunity to share my screen, Mr. Moderator. Is that happening?
It is now.
All right. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to give you this presentation this afternoon. Although I live in Pasadena, Maryland, I am a Delaware boy. I'm from Dover, and I've been going to Rehoboth Beach with my family and without my family for since I was maybe 9 years old. Okay. So super excited and honored to have the opportunity to work on a project like this, and very, very humbled by actually what the chair did for us in our 2 years ago when we first met, and basically allowed us to clarify without a doubt that this site can be built upon with an underground garage and a first-class hotel and mixed-use development. And so, Mr. Chair, thank you for that. I'm going to sort of talk a little bit about an overview of the history of the site. And because it is, as we know, an extremely important site for the city of Rehoboth Beach. And, you know, we start with a few historic images. We know that Rehoboth was originally founded as a camp meeting site, and where families would gather, and there were several of them in town, some of them at the foot of what is now Rehoboth Avenue. There were literally tents and huts for families to come and enjoy the healthy sea air, commune with nature, and worship with their congregation. The tents and huts were, and I would say that, as you can see here in this group here, that there are obviously coverings, although somewhat ragtag, but there was indoor space and outdoor space in these buildings, okay, for that primary reason. The main spaces where they would congregate were places like this, which were called tabernacles. This is actually not a historic building. It's a reconstruction of a historic building, apparently that was built in the 70s, but it gives you some idea of what those community spaces were like. Rehoboth was not founded by someone and their friends to have private residences for the private use of their own. This is a community that was based on community, a community that was based on, worshiping together, communing with nature, and experiencing the healthy sea air and beautiful sunshine. Turn of the century, this is a historic view of the original Bellhaven. It kind of institutionalized the concept of a first-class summer destination resort. And interestingly enough, it does feature a large sleeping porch. Obviously, pre-air conditioning. This sleeping porch afforded the enjoyment of the sea breezes and oceanfront views. This resort had the premier restaurant and spaces for large gatherings. It was remodeled several times, and perhaps at the, whoa. Skip forward. Sorry about that, gentlemen. Ladies. It was remodeled several times before it was destroyed in the Great Storm of 1962.
Mr. Follett, I'm going to have to ask you to speak up a little louder, please. Or stay closer to your mic.
Okay, let's see if this helps. Will that help a little bit?
A little bit. Little bit.
Hold on. It's got to readjust now. Is that better?
Well, let's try that.
Okay, let's try that. All right, where was I? Hold on a second. I want to just do one thing here.
Mr. Follett, you were fading in and out a little bit.
Okay. I'll stop moving around. The current development, which seeks to continue this tradition of Rehoboth as a family resort, that takes advantage of the sea air and broad views from which the term Rehoboth is actually derived from. This building features large private balconies for each guest room and public terraces for community events.
Hey, Peter, you lost your visual.
I did?
Yeah, you lost your visual. So let's get that back up before you continue.
Yep. How about that?
Yep, you're backed up.
Okay, thank you.
You're on number 6 at 41, it says.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to make sure I'm down here in the right spot. Let me just get adjusted. Okay. The image shows the inclusion of shops along the boardwalk, creating a mixed-use development in response to the 2010 Comprehensive Development Plan. And we will say that we were very pleased that when we first started designing this project, that we didn't have to invent the concept of a mixed-use plan. When we looked at the zoning code, it was restrictive, but then when we looked at the comp plan, thought, okay, well, we actually have a project that we can move forward with because it is envisioned in that document, right? So as we move forward to today, and we've all kind of gone through this amazing period of time, the past couple of years. It wasn't really just a time for trying to get our FEMA issues straightened out. We also have created this, or have to now move forward with a post-COVID lifestyle. Coincidentally, larger rooms offer accommodations for families, as well as a space for private indoor social distancing. So these plans here show the typical rooms that we are proposing for this hotel. The red circles are 6-foot circles. Which basically shows you that the project as proposed, is not only spacious enough for family gatherings, it's also spacious enough for indoor social distancing in a private location. The large balconies are 6 foot by 9 foot. They allow for outdoor social distancing in a private way. Each balcony is private. It's not connected to the other balconies. So there's separation again. And this is kind of an interesting serendipitous situation where a building like this can actually create a precedent for how to build buildings in our new world, and that is the post-COVID world. The public spaces for the hotel will not only have interior spaces, but also outdoor spaces. These outdoor spaces will allow for, again, a communal location, but also accommodating social distance. And this is, kind of an interesting coincidence, but certainly something that is not to be taken lightly. Additionally, the building that we're proposing today is intended to be an eco-friendly project. And we know that climate change is a real aspect of life moving forward. And so our project is really designed to be a demonstration project for how to build on a waterfront location. We are planning to make our building a net zero building, which means that the power generated on the solar panels in the roof and the passive house building enclosure construction technique could make the building carbon neutral. It would also allow it to be a refuge post climatic events. This building will power itself. It will live off the grid. And, waterfront locations such as this, where it is really ground zero, this building could become a respite for a community in times of tragedy, which unfortunately may be something that we'll have to deal with. The state has done a great job building the dune to help it. This is not a low point anymore, it's a high point. We're at the top of a high point. That's the beginning. But there will be high winds and there will be difficulties moving forward with future storms. And our building is intended to become an institution or a respite for in times of tragedy. So, and we do think that this is a precedent that is something that should be for all future buildings in Rehoboth. I want to dive into the floor plans and the overall planning for the building and have you understand exactly what we're doing now in terms of the project. The site is actually located at the corner of Rehoboth Avenue and the boardwalk. We have an auxiliary parking site located along Baltimore Avenue. And this site here will actually offset some of the additional parking requirements for the project. This site is 38,475 square feet, zone C1, Central Commercial District. And the one on Baltimore Avenue is 10,000 square feet, also C1. There will be 116 spaces on this site and 28 parking site to meet the demands of the project. They are within 700 feet, so that this parking here can count to satisfy the needs for this project. I'm going to go through this document here.
Okay, now this document, I don't know that we've seen it, but I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up once again, please.
Okay, I'll move closer to my microphone. Okay.
Yep.
And this document will be obviously part of the record, and you will be able to have a copy of it. We did this zoning requirements and zoning proposed document. We do this for all of our buildings. And it's a really great document because it basically addresses all of the key issues directly, okay? The building description is in the left side, required, allowed is in the middle, and proposed is on the end. The building height is, required is 42 feet, 4 floors or stories above grade. Our building is 42 feet to the top of the parapet and 4 floors above grade. The cupola is allowed. There's a cupola that's allowed. That's not allowed to be more than 10% of the ground floor area. Our cupola is less than that, and it complies at the height of 50 feet. Antennas are not included in calculating a height, and we have proposed antenna which is 15 feet above 50 feet, but again, it complies because it is not included in calculating the building height. Our floor area ratio is 2.0, required allowed. We are requesting a 3.0 FAR, right? That is inclusive of the hotel, which is 1.9 FAR, the retail shops, which is 0.5 FAR, the meeting room, which is 0.18 FAR, and the outdoor space, which is 0.46 FAR. The total is 3.0 FAR. The lot coverage is allowed to be 100% commercial, 50% hotel, and 100% underground parking garage. Our building is 100%, it complies, it covers 100% on the commercial service, garage entry, and ground level portico share. Minimum lot area per dwelling unit is 300 square feet per hotel room, which allows for 128 rooms in a site that's 38,475. We comply, we're proposing 116 rooms. Again, we are not maximizing that. We could build 128 rooms. We're building 116 rooms because we feel like they should be bigger and more spacious for the upscale development proposed. And also it complies with parking allowable, right? Minimum setback requirements. The front is allowed 0 up to 24 feet and a 30% setback above 24 feet along Rehoboth Avenue. We comply. I'll show you that in section. Front boardwalk, none required, and then a 0 up to 14 feet, and then 30-degree setback above 14 feet. We comply there. Front along Wilmington Avenue, none required. In other words, 0 setback up to 14 feet, and then a 30-degree setback line above 14 feet. We comply there. Rear yard setback, there is none required. We comply. Side yard setback, there is none required. We have provided none. We comply. Loading and unloading berth, we are required. There is one required for a building that's over between 15,000 and 100,000 square feet of gross floor area in commercial districts. It has to be a minimum of 12 feet by 48 feet, and we comply. We'll show you one berth at 12 by 48 feet on the ground level. Okay, the rest of these are notes that I'm not going to read.
Okay.
The next page.
Well, let me interrupt you there for a minute. I just want to ask Mr. Janis, have you seen that yet? That document we just saw?
I've probably seen it, but I don't believe it was part of this submission.
When Mr. Falat says that the antenna is compliant, have you taken a position on that yet?
Generally, antennas are not part of the height restriction.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Falat.
Yeah, this document, Mr. Chair, was part of the preliminary planning commission submission, which Mr. Janis did have a chance to look at. So, and the planning commission has had a chance to look at. So,
thank you.
This is well, it's not really a requirement of submitting the planning commission. It's just something we do. So, I want to just go through now, if you'll allow me, the parking analysis so that you understand. I know there's been some comments from the community about the parking requirements for the project, and this will help clarify that somewhat. Okay. The hotel number of parking spaces is 1 per room required. So we're proposing 116 rooms, so there's a requirement of 116 spaces, okay? We are providing 95 spaces on site and 21 spaces on the site along Baltimore Avenue, okay? The restaurant, if it's less than 10,000 square feet, there are no spaces required, okay? We do not have a restaurant greater than 10,000 square feet. Each retail store or service shop over 15,000 square feet of gross floor area will be required to have 1 space for 200 square feet of floor area. We do not have any retail stores greater than 15,000 square feet, so none are required and none are provided. Retail store, service shops, etc., fronting only on the boardwalk, no spaces required, so we don't have any. Conference center, there are no spaces required, so none and none. Service, now this is where it's a little bit different. There's 1 space per square foot of service in the building, service spaces. So we have 1,200 square feet of service spaces in the building. There's 6 spaces. And those are really, that's a way of calculating the employee parking, okay? So there are 6 spaces that are required. And so the total requirement for the project is 122 spaces. And between our site and the off the site on Baltimore Avenue, we provide 123 spaces. So that summarizes the zoning regulations concerning this site. Are there any questions? Should I keep going?
Keep going.
Okay. This is a plan that shows the layout of the parking along Baltimore Avenue. And you can see that it's 28 parking spaces on site. This is the ground floor plan for the basement level plan, all right? Parking is provided below grade with, and again, with the helpful prompting by the chair, has taken into account the FEMA zone now updated to allow for our hotel use to proceed. The structure's ground floor provides for 1 foot of freeboard above the flood elevation as required, all right? This is the ground floor plan. It's a mixed-use development with retail shops. They line 67% of the street frontage, and the balance being hotel lobby entrances. In fact, only 36 feet of the front along the street is non-pedestrian oriented. That would be this area down here. If you can see my arrow, that's the only place that's sort of vehicular. The rest of the building is 0 lot line and facing the street with retail, hotel lobby along Wilmington Avenue, and then retail shops along Rehoboth Avenue and retail shops along the boardwalk with 1 service access point here. We worked really hard with the Planning Commission to come up with this plan. And in fact, the last set of plans you saw showed a large drop off in vehicular space back here. We were able to tweak the design to allow us to then put another retail shop here so that now Wilmington Avenue will have a similar Main Street feel as Rehoboth Avenue does currently, which is in intention of both the CDP and the Wilmington Avenue and Baltimore Avenue work group. So we're pretty pleased with the way this has turned out. We think it'll be a really great addition, and you'll see this better in the images that I show you. Let's see. The second slide, let me just go back here for a second. So what we've also done here is the lobby for the hotel is sort of a through street. We're calling it Bellhaven Lane. Some of these shops will open out onto this lane, although it will be an enclosed space, okay? It's not an exterior lane, but we're gonna design this so that you'll be able to walk through the hotel. We've actually put a little garden court here that the hotel restaurant will open onto it. We see this as a little piazza type space. And then the bar will be here at the end as it meets Wilmington Avenue. So we feel like this will be a really great public space and a secondary kind of way for people to get from Wilmington to Rehoboth without having to go through the crowds on the boardwalk and get a little cool breeze, a little air conditioning break, which is envisioned also by the CDP. The CDP does talk about encouraging things like Penny Lane, and this is sort of this we call it Bellhaven Lane, okay? So that we are, and these are ideas that will be developed as we develop the project further, but these are, these are sort of our responses. This is also the front desk and the lobby for the hotel will be located here. Again, this is the loading bay off of Wilmington Avenue, and then this is the entrance to the underground parking garage here off of Wilmington Avenue. There's an entry and an exit. There's a small drop-off for vehicles here, but the balance of the streetscape along Rehoboth Avenue remains unchanged, and the shops that are along Rehoboth Avenue and the boardwalk return. Okay. On the second floor is where we are showing the meeting room and the pool terrace, all of which face Wilmington Avenue. On the Rehoboth Avenue and the boardwalk side, the building is required to set back, if you remember in the zoning code about those setbacks. So the building does set back, and it creates these large terraces for each of the guest rooms. These are actually larger than the 6x9 terraces. These would be sort of like maybe 12 by 8. They're pretty big. There will be some that are somewhat public that'll be accessible. So at the end of this corridor, there could be a group that would rent this. In this corridor, a group that would rent that, in addition to the pool and the pool terrace there. And then the meeting room over here with a pre-function space and its own private outdoor terrace in this location. It has its own restrooms, and there's a separate entrance with separate elevator that takes you to this pre-function space. The balance of these are the guest rooms, and you can see that they're very large. As I showed you before, they're about 386 square feet and 346 square feet. So there's large guest rooms for the project for families. Again, good social distancing.
May I ask a question on that?
Who's
this is Barry.
Okay.
Previous page. Yes, thank you. If you look at rooms, in this example, rooms 2 through 12 or 2 through 13, if you were to just map out the rectangle, why don't we see the details of the square footage that is inclusive of the room and the balcony? From looking at this material, I trust the mathematics in here, but I have no way of understanding the measurements of these rooms, because if you look at them, they're rectangles. Rectangles should be, the same square footage. So I'd like to understand how we have this artifact, this documentation, and we can't make an assessment, because at first blush, you could say this is way over the far, greater than 3.0, but we don't have the documentation to tell us that.
Yeah, it's not over the it's not over the far. And typically the reason why you don't see anything out here, Barry, is because in the industry, people don't measure square footage, including balconies. It's just not, it's not normal. It's when we are marketing, and Chris, my colleague, will speak to this later. When I had to explain to him that the balconies were included in the FAR, they said, why? Right? So typically, when a hotel company asks you, how big is the guest room, right? You say it's a net of 346 square feet, or it's a net of 380 square feet. They don't care whether there's a balcony out here or not. It's just not the way the market responds, right?
Okay, so in your measurements, even though it says take room number 12, for example, that 346 is inclusive of the balcony or is not inclusive of the balcony?
It is not inclusive of the balcony.
Okay, but yet the total measurement that we see submitted for FAR calculations includes, even though it's not representative, so these numbers here are deceiving. The numbers do not include the balcony, yet in the total calculations, they are included. You guys, you see the confusion for us?
Oh yeah, no, I see it exactly, and it is confusing because if you look over here where the area summary is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guest room, which is the dark yellow, the mustard color, right, is 14,000 square feet. But also the yellowish, which is the circulation, there's that. The fitness room over here, there's that. The service, which is gray, you know that. Then there's the pool deck, which is this, and then somewhere in here, terraces and balconies. Okay, that's that. Okay, all that stuff, right? Guest room. There's 3,700 square feet of guest room. Okay, there's 9. So it is in this area summary. It's just not labeled in this.
Yeah, it's just hard for us to fact check it. That's all.
Yeah, no, but you know, again, Mr. Janis did have the opportunity to have these documents in the Planning Commission submission, and I'll let him speak for himself, but he did get these both in a AutoCAD and print, and he was able to confirm that our numbers are consistent.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate your question. Now, okay, so that is your second floor plan. And then the third floor plan looks like this. The third and the fourth plan, they are basically a series of, again, your same question is correct. So you can see that there's the interior, but the exterior is not included, okay? And I will show you an exhibit later, Barry, that outlines this a little bit more specifically for you. The balcony is about 54 square feet. And so this building, this interior plus the exterior is really a 400 square foot room. It's a nice room. It's not, you know, this is a good luxury room, right? So it works very well. So here's your typical floor plan. Again, there are 116 family-sized guest rooms and suites with large balconies, okay? I'm gonna go to the next floor. Okay, this is our roof plan, which is a pretty exciting document. As you can see, between the green roofs that are reminiscent of the historic Bellhaven and the living roof, which covers the balance of the rooftop, and the solar panels, you know, we have basically a large living roof and herb garden, along with a weather station and antenna for potential on-site broadcasting. So some hotels, they'll do this privately, and then sometimes there's a programming aspect to it, which we may do here, which would allow community broadcasting, and a little radio booth could be really awesome, and be another facet to this project, linking it to the community. Additionally, the solar panel array will at times create an energy positive flow out to the local power grid. So the building really will become an institution in the community moving forward. These are the elevation slides. And I apologize, this is actually half of this one, but you can see this is Wilmington Avenue, where you can see the shops all along the street. This is the garage for the door for the service and the garage entry here. But here's the lobby and another little retail space there. This is the property, the adjacent property with our building behind it. These are building elevations, again, that show the setback requirement off of Boardwalk and off of Rehoboth Avenue. Again, here's our cupola and our kind of, you know, beautiful resort entrance. This is facing the boardwalk here, and this is Rehoboth Avenue here. The building is within all height and bulk requirements of the City of Rehoboth zoning code. This is the side elevation here. This is sort of a section through the adjacent property. You can sort of see the side elevation facing north, facing west, which is really hidden mostly from the buildings. We did show in the zoning commission hearing, they do get into signage heights. This is sort of irrespective of today, but it also wants to know, what our typical glazing looks like, but this is just more documentation. Here's a section showing the building height setbacks and also shows how the parking works below grade. Here are a series of images that are the sort of diagrammatic images of the project. This is Rehoboth Avenue. This is the corner of Rehoboth and the boardwalk. Again, you can see here the shops and the balconies and the really sort of pastoral character of the building, trying to create a contemporary version of what was once there. This is the building as it wraps around our neighborhood building, our neighbor's building. And the building is set back along these edges. There's 15 feet from the property line here to the face of our building, and it grows to 20 feet back in this location here, and 35 feet back here. And then this is the view along Wilmington Avenue. So I'm going to now show you a couple of videos that speak to, what would the project look like if this, if we are not unable to get our zoning today. And the first one is
before you go ahead with that, we've been in session an hour and a half. The chair is going to call a recess briefly, about 5 minutes. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
We'll be back at let's say 5 after 4. I have 3 minutes to 4 right now.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. We're in recess.
All rise.
Anybody like a bottle of water? Jerry, bottle of water?
Yeah, please.
That'd be great. Thanks. I'm good. Thank you. Get back in that door. Yeah. Gonna hear a lot from the public on this, I assume. Ann, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ann, do you know if the prior decision we had has been published? I know we had gotten some signatures on it.
We have the signatures on it. Am I supposed to publish in a newspaper?
No. I just mean, has it been, has the applicant received it?
I would have to check with Matt. I know he had a copy of the prior ones.
Okay, so I'll talk to Matt about that. Thank
Yeah.
you. That's a great question. So that's the one that involved, that was State Road and something. It was that long, narrow lot that had been subdivided. State and Rehoboth Avenue. Not as far as Rehoboth, I don't think.
You talking about the Rockinelli case?
Yes, that's the case, yeah.
So that was on Lee and State Road.
Oh, right.
Did they get a permit yet?
No.
So Vince needs to have that decision sent to him. So the question is, do you have a copy of it signed by everybody?
No.
So check with Ann.
Be this guy.
Well,
Or was it you that
no,
published it?
I wrote it and then I give it to Ann to get signed. And typically they get signed at the next month's meeting. But we didn't have a next month's meeting. And then we don't have meetings in person.
I don't believe I've received that yet. I will check.
That was an approval, if you remember.
It was.
I sure remember.
Yeah,
Mm.
correct. Yeah, no, Matt.
Yes, I'll check with that and let you know. You won't have an answer for that tomorrow.
I don't really need an answer if someone would just take responsibility, make sure that it gets to Vince and everybody knows it's issued. And he may, oh, thank you.
And I'm not sure if an application has come in. I'm no longer doing the residential anymore, so we may have a submittal for it, but.
Well, I bet you don't have if he hasn't gotten a decision, then my guess is he hasn't filed anything yet.
I don't believe we've seen anything.
Anybody hear me, do you think?
I think so. Mhm.
Ann, can you hear me?
She can.
Tom West, the city planner, is monitoring the meeting. He's been involved with the plus process, and so if you want somebody to testify to that, I can have him elevated and bring him on.
What's everybody doing for Thanksgiving? You gonna stay in town?
Kind of. No, just going to Bethany where my in-laws are renting a place. How about you?
We're going to my wife's sister's house in Milton. How about you guys?
Western PA.
Where?
Wife's mom's house, Western PA. Yeah, Pittsburgh.
Better get on the road.
Yeah, right, right.
I usually do the one-day trip up to Central PA and back, but my significant other is working, so she works Friday and Saturday, so I think we're just gonna have dinner with my mom, who's in Long Neck area, and just.
We eventually decided that we would go early in the morning, real early, and get to Washington at 10 o'clock when they would open the museums. And we would go to the art museum, the Smithsonian, and then get a cup of soup and head over to her house about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So that we enjoyed that. But now that they're in Milton, I enjoy it even more.
Yeah.
No traffic, I'm there in 15 minutes, it's great.
Right, I'm just thinking, I'm dreading it. I mean, 5 kids between the two, we're blended, so there's 5 kids,
You
right?
have 5 kids?
Between the two of us, 3 on my side, 2 on her side, we're blended, so all 5 are going with us. Yeah, to transport 5 kids and 2 adults, right? You gotta rent a car because they don't make a car big enough to do that. So what, before I even get out of my driveway, I'm like $700 into it, just in like a vehicle that'll transport it. So you can tell I'm really enthused.
Hey,
Yeah. It's an investment in a difficult time.
Right.
first wife was from North Carolina, and we used to go down there for Thanksgiving. to Tarboro, North Carolina, and that was all.
Bus to transport all this.
I think it's like a Suburban we have this time, so.
I was there myself. I had a blended family of 5 and
Yeah.
then 2 adults, and it was, we had a third row Explorer that worked. Throw the small kids in the very, very back.
But where? Wilmington? Myrtle Beach, Wrightsville Beach. I was just there.
Is that right?
Yeah, 2 weeks. We went to Charleston, but we spent the night at my aunt's house in Wrightsville Beach. It's beautiful down there. Okay, folks, this is the chair. It's 4:05 by my watch, so can we go back on the record? Madam Clerk, you there? Everybody there?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Barry's here.
Ann, are you there? How about our tech support? What's his
We're
name?
here.
Okay. Well, then, let's proceed. Mr. Follett, are you there?
I'm here, okay. I'm going to show you first a code compliant 2.0 building that does not have parking below grade. And I must say that I would like to caveat this with, when we first showed this presentation, we got the chair of the planning commission very upset. He's no longer the chair of the planning commission. He's actually here in support of our current proposal. But this may upset you, but please don't. This just is an example of how the current zoning could apply to this site. And what this shows you is a code compliant 110 room hotel with 110 parking spaces on the ground level. No balconies, because balconies are included or against FAR. So basically maximizes the FAR for the potential of having a hotel with very limited services and ground level parking. This hotel would have parking all on the ground level, similar to some of the other hotels in Rehoboth today. The public spaces will be very limited. They would be on the second level with only a small elevator jump lobby that takes you up to the limited service lobby on the ground level. So you can see there is a pool. Behind those doors, there is a health club, but that's it. And then the rest of it is rooms. And one could say that an alternative to a hotel on this configuration could be a private condominium, but this is
Can
not.
you mute the sound on this video?
Yes. I can try. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So this is this is a view walking down Rehoboth Avenue. And this is the hotel as it's in. That's the jump lobby there. You'd be walking along Rehoboth Avenue and walking along looking at parking on your right-hand side. Again, this is a zoning code that was written not in context of this particular site, but written in general for the commercial area of Rehoboth. So it's incongruous, but at the same time, this is the extreme of what is allowed to be built under the current zoning code. Again, fully code compliant, 2.0, setbacks, and lot coverage, et cetera. This is the gazebo that is built here is to scale. And just as you may or may not know, it's a very large gazebo. It's very tall. It's very civic in its nature, and it occupies the space in a very grand way. And as such, although the hotel is 42 feet tall, it does not seem to be that much taller, and it isn't that much taller than that gazebo. I don't know exactly how tall a gazebo is, however, so please don't ask me. I would have to make up a number. My modeler did measure it, and he's not sitting next to me right now. So again, there's the hotel entrance. We are looking through the building like you look through all buildings that have ground level parking at the beach. And this is definitely a 1960s zoning code or early 70s zoning code in implementation here. And it's not at all envisioned by the 2010 CDP. I was speaking with Nancy Alexander today, and she mentioned that she grew up in a beach town in Long Island that had a similar zoning code, and her beach town now looks like a town full of condominiums with ground level parking.
So what town was
Because
that?
they did not have the foresight to implement a CDP as this CDP is asked to be done.
What town was that?
I don't know. Maybe I didn't ask her, but
Is she there?
I don't know if she's here.
Never mind.
Nancy,
I
are
was
you
just,
here? I asked her to attend, but
not a big deal.
yeah, no, but I mean, that's the problem, really. I mean, this is what's teed up. So now I'm going to show you our beautiful project.
That was Brand X, in other words, what we just saw.
That one got Rick Perry. He was so mad at me, he almost threw me out of the room. I'm going to try and get this to go full. There we go. So here we are. This is what we want to build. This is what should be built. This is the kind of development that Rehoboth deserves.
You lost your share. You lost your share.
I don't see it.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, Mr. Flatt, are you done with your presentation?
No, I lost my share, sir.
Okay.
You see it now?
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
Yes.
If you'll indulge me, I'm going to go back a little bit. All right, so here we are. First-class resort for a first-class town. And again, that is the size of the gazebo. So it's a pretty big building in and of itself. We have the Bellhaven cupola, Bellhaven green roofs, solar panels, resort terrace. And this is a very interesting part here. You can see how the ground level retail really kind of does activate the street and really makes Wilmington Avenue become a place as well.
Time out. Can you stop your presentation there?
Yes,
And can you back up just a few frames?
yes.
Right there. Stop there. So that's perfect. If you could pause it there. And would you mind if I ask a question at this point?
Sure.
So we're looking at it from the corner of Wilmington and the boardwalk, looking at the proposed property there. And I see a bunch of hotel rooms, what I presume to be hotel rooms, facing Wilmington Avenue, right?
Correct?
And they all have balconies.
Correct.
Now, the property in the front corner there with the white roof and the white building, your client doesn't own that property, right?
Correct.
Now, that property looks like it's one story, correct?
Correct.
If that property were to be developed and that property owner decided to increase the height of his building to 42 feet, what would that do to the views of your hotel rooms that have the balconies facing south and east? that we see here?
It would partially obstruct the views from those rooms.
But partially or totally obstruct the views? I mean, if he built it right on the property line there, wouldn't it obstruct the views of the people in those rooms?
That building, just like our building, would not be able to occupy more than 50% of the footprint of the building. So if you could imagine, if he built on that site, he'd only be allowed to build half of that site above the ground level, right?
That may be the case, but he could seek to come in with a design that would block the views of the people who are looking south from your hotel.
This is true. There's no argument there, sir.
All right, and if he were to ask for a variance to increase the FAR and go up to 42 feet, I wonder what your client's position would be under those circumstances.
I would suggest, well, we'll let him speak for himself if you'd like, but I think everyone agrees that balconies should be allowed on buildings in this particular zone. And we should not be the only people that get that. They should be able to get it.
I'm not arguing that balconies should not be allowed, but what I'm inquiring about is whether or not your design has factored in the impact on the property there that you don't own, and whether or not there may be some detriment to the owner of that property by having your property built to the point where if he was to build his property, he would likely, or if he were to seek to improve his property, he might run into some opposition from you because of the structure you've developed. It's just a thought.
Yeah,
but it seems to me that you haven't that maybe not full consideration has been given to the impact of your building on the property owned, the property right next to you there. That's a concern I have.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I would be happy to walk you through some diagrams on how the most economically, advantageous redevelopment of that site would be, because if you're only allowed to build 50% of that site, right, you're going to build probably mostly along the front, all right, and then you'll turn backwards to the extent that you can. You'll turn down Wilmington Avenue to the extent that you can, and both sides of those will be set back 14 to 15 feet because that's what the zoning code requires. And our building is set back 15 feet along the one side. So the balcony will be close to his building potentially 8 feet from his building. But that 8 feet is better with a balcony there than not. So that's our risk, that's our design, and it should not affect the adjacent property owner in any way in terms of their ability to maximize the profitability of their real estate event moving forward.
All right, thank you.
So let me go back to running the rest of this here. You can see again the point of having this activated Wilmington Avenue using the 3.0 FAR and the 100% lot coverage. And that building right there, you can see here, this is the conference center in its three-dimensional view. We are looking at having a large windowed conference center that would allow for meetings and weddings inside of there that would have views of the ocean and outdoor space to break out into. Okay, now we're going to come back along the street, back. There's the Dolly sign. And then coming down the street in the next set of here's a view from the ocean. I'm going to speed up here a little bit, get closer. All right, now there's Go Fish. We just passed it. This is the hotel here with retail shops. Again, sort of exactly what was envisioned CDP. There's the entrance to the hotel. The hotel entrance is very minimal on this side of the street. We're really trying to maximize the presence of ground floor retail shops and the ice cream shop and the candy kitchen and the Grotto's Pizza, all of which have been in communication with the Papa John family so that they can be put back in the project once it's reopened. Again, moving backwards along the boardwalk and coming back up Rehoboth Avenue. We broke down the scale of the building so that it feels like several buildings, not just one monolithic approach, similar, unlike the last design that we showed you. We added balconies, we added awnings, we added architectural character, which again breaks down the scale of the building into identifiable parts, what people would like to refer to as human scale, when parts of buildings are identifiable, just like people identify hands and arms and faces in buildings. They identify balconies and planters and windows and that kind of thing. So it's a architectural technique. We put this green awning here really to be reminiscent of the historic Bellhaven. It is a little bit of a throwback, but it's the character of the historic building that we're trying to reinstill in the project. And now we're coming again. We're not looking at parked cars here. We're looking at retail shops. Grotto's would go back. Candy Kitchen would go back. You will hear testimony about having a fire buffer as required by the fire marshal. A 2-hour building wall is a fire buffer. It doesn't have to be a space, it has to be a buffer. We've also met with the fire marshal, and he is in consideration and understands what we're proposing here, and understands that we all understand that we will be able to build a building within fire code.
Okay, wait a minute. So are you telling me that the fire marshal is not in opposition to this project?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Yes, the state fire marshals who we met with, we still have to meet with the Rehoboth Beach fire marshal, but yeah.
Okay, did the fire marshal you're referring to, who is not opposed to the project, was that
the person that was a part of the plus review, sir?
That was part of the plus review?
Yes, sir.
The plus review, he asked for a wider alleyway there, and you decided not to adhere to that, but you'll still meet code. Is that what you were saying?
So who's speaking? Who's speaking?
You
Barry?
did not ask for a wider alleyway.
Okay.
Mr. Capone?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we held a conference call with Mr. Fox, Dwayne Fox, I believe is his name. And Dave Kuklish at Bowler Engineering, who has been retained by our family, was on the call. And Mr. Fox has some questions and concerns, and Mr. Kuklish, on our behalf, is working with him, okay, on that. So, you know, Mr. Fox did not express opposition, but we still are working on some of his concerns. So that it'll take a little bit of time. I don't want to speak for Mr. Kuklish because they're the experts in this area. But I don't want to mischaracterize the situation.
Okay. Thank you, Alex.
Sure.
So we have been asked to sort of do a design that would show a code compliant FAR2 design with the underground parking. And so this is a series of side-by-side images that speak directly to taking into account the underground parking as a way to begin to solve the FAR2 problem, right? So on the left, you'll see a series of images of the building at FAR2. And on the right, typically here, you'll see the images of FAR3, right? And in particular, you'll notice, and at least in this first side-by-side image, is that because of the FAR2, we are really limited to the footprint of the building as it rises up to the full 42 feet. Now, the full 42 feet is obviously a way to maximize the number of keys with water views, right? The other aspect of it is that the hotel, because of its inability to have a conference room because of lot coverage, its inability to have terraces because of lot coverage restrictions, its inability to have balconies because of lot coverage restrictions, has to pay for, and also there's no full restaurant, there's very limited services. It makes up for that by increasing the number of hotel rooms. So we have 160 smaller hotel rooms in the FAR2 versus the 116 larger hotel rooms in FAR3. Okay, so this is an image looking at the project from Wilmington Avenue. And then this is a view looking down Wilmington Avenue. Again, you can sort of see what we just saw before, the nice shops that line the street, and then the effect of this document with along Wilmington with not having shops out at the street level. This is completely in contrast to the CDP and the Wilmington Avenue task force. This is a view from a little bit further up, and as you can see, we don't have balconies anymore, but we did move our building closer to the property line here in order to maximize the number of keys across the front. And but there still are rooms all looking back here as the second half of a double loaded corridor, or whenever this project is redeveloped, it does allow for future some views from these rooms, albeit blocked, partially blocked, but a risk that the development is willing to take. Urban locations always have rooms that are somewhat blocked. And, although we don't like to refer to Rehoboth Beach as urban, it is an urbanized place and buildings do live next to each other. This is a view of the building, what it would look like. We did put shops on the ground level in this scheme. So there are ground level shops on this, albeit there's about 4,000 square feet fewer of them. And that's really, it is because of the underground parking that we're able to accommodate some of this. There will be a small terrace above the roof of these buildings, but we may decide to take them off and make some values. We'll play around with that potentially. But again, this is side-by-side view of what the building looks like at FAR3 and what it looks like at FAR2. A lot of the bells and whistles of this design will go away, like the solar panels and the living roofs. All of that will become, this becomes a much more budget-oriented development, and all those bells and whistles probably go away. It will not be affordable. Here's a view from the boardwalk of a more boxy design, because balconies are included in the FAR. Without the zoning relief, here's what the building, again, you saw this in the rendering previously. A view looking across Rehoboth Avenue at the building. Again, you see a very boxy building with no real relief, except for potential change in materials. There could be some small 6 to 12 inches in change in plane here. But again, these are large windows. The rooms would still be large room windows. But if you'll notice, there are actually more keys across here. We're using an 11'6" module as opposed to a 12-foot module. And what that means is 11'6" paint to paint is the width of the room, whereas this one, the room is actually 12 foot, which is another 6 inches, which makes a difference in a small space. This is, again, looking at the building from Rehoboth Avenue, and here you can sort of see the sort of more, looks more like a building that you'd see out on Route 1. The architecture is, this is a preliminary design. We'll think about this a lot more. We'll make it as good looking as possible, but it would not have any balcony relief or any sort of special treatments or awnings or anything like that.
It reminds me of the
view
hotel
down
in Dewey Beach. It has that's the kind of look that Brand X has for me here. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Like that building in Dewey Beach, really not so very kind of unfortunate. So anyway, in terms of the view down Rehoboth Avenue, you can see the mass is basically the same, a little bit less articulated. And then this is sort of the postcard view of our project that we showed you earlier, and the postcard view of what would be built without the relief of the FAR. This is a really interesting diagram here. This shows the size of the two guest rooms. And I think, Barry, this gives you an idea of what you were asking about. This says it's 346, this guest room, plus 54 square feet, which is the balcony. It's a 400 square foot room for a king room. Without the balcony and the increased number of keys in order to make it work, the king room is 337 square feet. So this is FAR 2, this is FAR 3. The double queen room here, there will be some social distancing in this room, but not quite the kind that could exist in the FAR 3, the more upscale hotel, right? So again, our hardship, mixed use, including hotels, retail shops, restaurants, and meeting facilities. CDP recommends mixed use projects for the future vitality of Rehoboth Beach, especially in the first two blocks of Rehoboth Avenue. CDP recommends flexibility in the zoning code via the creation of an overlay district to allow for such developments. No action has been taken by the Planning Commission on this or the Building Department on the CDP since its issuance in 2010. The city of Rehoboth Beach has experienced steady decline in the commercial district in part to the inaction of the revitalizations contained in the CDP. Several businesses have closed or moved out of town, including the iconic retailers such as Dolly's, Carlton's, and Nicola Pizza. Another aspect of it is that we had a conversation with in the Planning Commission the other day. The residents' population has actually declined from 1,495 in 2000 to 1,108 in 2020. So we are actually losing people in addition to businesses.
Hey, you're saying here that Carlton's is closed?
Yeah, not Carl. It was the Pond, not Carlton's. The Pond moved out, not Carlton's. Carlton's is still there.
Yeah, I think he'd be a little upset to hear you say that.
Carlton's is still there. We got that.
All right.
Hardship inaction on the CDP requires the applicant to ask for a variance to build what was required by the CDP 11 years ago in order to achieve economic vitality and upscale development for the commercial district of the city of Rehoboth. And then our last image is, Bellhaven then.
Let's go back to the previous image, please, the previous chart, if you would. All right, so mixed use, including hotels, retail shops, and restaurants. So here's one of the, I think the CDP has something for everybody in it. I mean, and I know that I've read the CDP, and I would say that you're correct when they encourage the use of mixed use properties, including hotels, retail shops, restaurants, and meeting facilities. That may even be an exact quote from the CDP. However, the zoning code has a definition of mixed use. And the definition of mixed use in the zoning code, I believe, is commercial and residential. So under the definition that we're dealing with here, we have those two terms to deal with. Now, you would agree with me that this is not a residential property in any sense, is it?
Well, a hotel use is generally considered a residential use. If you notice in the zoning code, there is no reference to hotel use. It's all residential.
In the zoning code?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're taking the position that that your mixed use is commercial and residential in this hotel that you're proposing?
Right, that the hotel use is considered a residential use.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I don't know that I agree with you, but I will give it some consideration as we move through this case.
And I think that would be consistent with what the planning department has stated. So anyway, I'm wrapping it up, believe it or not. This is our last image. And at this point, if you have questions of me or if you want to wait some more, I'm going to introduce Chris Silkey, who is going to give us a presentation on the economics of the scenarios that we talked about and demonstrate some documentation of the hardship.
Okay. Now, before we move on to Mr. Zilke, do we have any questions for Mr. Falat from any of the board members? Hearing none.
None for me.
No, Jerry.
No?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right, go ahead. Sure.
So, Mr. Falat, if your client were to receive the relief that it's looking for, does the Board of Adjustment need to craft in some kind of condition that requires you to build no more than a certain number of rooms, such as the 116 that you've referred to, and to avoid constructing something like your 2.0, but that even has more rooms than what you're currently able to do under the code?
I think that's a fair question. I think you could approve, based on this submission, and then we would be required to sort of move forward with this submission, with obviously you could, I don't know, architectural details, we could minor, architectural details, but not programmatic changes. So I think that would be something that, like, we know that our building works the way we've got it designed here. So I may be speaking out of turn, maybe Mr. Papajohn could refer, but would like to interject. But I think that you could approve it based on this submission, and we would more or less be required to build what we see here today.
I just think that if there is language like that, there needs to be some flexibility built into it, because as we move forward and we have our further discussions, let's say with Mr. Fox, and we're also pulling in the fire chief with the city of Rehoboth, perhaps we have more detailed discussions with our engineers. And so we may have to do 115 or 117. I mean, there needs to be a little bit of flexibility there because it's such an early stage in the process.
I mean, it makes sense to me that there needs to be some flexibility because you can't commit to a particular plan at this stage, but can you commit to a maximum number of rooms at this point? And you can think about that, maybe speak to it before the application is over, but that's I think a thought or a concern that the board should have is what guarantee do they get if they give you relief that you won't build the smaller rooms and you won't just build more rooms or sell the project to somebody else who.
Well, we are limited by the number of parking spaces. And so,
okay.
That definitely has a requirement. And then, so, if we built a vertical parking garage on Baltimore Avenue, there may be something to think about there. But right now, the 116 is really based on the ability to maximize the parking on the ground, on the basement of this site, and surface parking on Baltimore Avenue. You could do something where you'd say, another thing would be like no surface parking on the, on the main site. That would be that could be something that would help limit it somewhat.
I have a question for you. What is the square footage of the combined lots that your client owns?
48,475.
All right. And the maximum FAR is twice that, right? 76,950, right?
Yeah, the FAR that we're asking for is only based on the 38,000, the one lot, sir. So if you combine the two lots, the Baltimore Avenue lot is 10,000 square feet. Okay. This site is 38,470.
All right. And you are, out of that 38,475, it's fully utilized right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Sure. Are we ready for Mr. Silky?
Yes.
Okay, Chris, take it away. I'm going to mute.
Thank you, Peter.
Could we get him up on the screen? I'd like to see Mr. Silky.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Capone. How are you?
Good. Take it away.
And Mr. Silky, name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Christopher Silky. The address is 2849 Northeast 21st Court, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Do you affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today on behalf of the Bellhaven Hotel Properties and the Papa John family. My name is Christopher Silky. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of RevPar International. We're a hospitality advisory and asset management firm, headquartered in Washington, D.C. In our 30 years of operation, we have worked on numerous assignments in Rehoboth Beach and along the Delaware shoreline and as far down into Ocean City as well. We have been involved with this project since 2018, when we conducted our initial feasibility study for the site. Recently, Bellhaven Properties requested us to evaluate the feasibility of developing a hotel under the boardwalk under the 2.0 and 3.0 FAR scenarios that were prepared by Falat Architecture. Initially, we conducted an evaluation of the existing Rehoboth Beach market, as well as nearby submarkets along the Delaware shore, to understand the complexities of the hotel market and what would be best suited to be built there. We reviewed the historical performance of these area hotels, including the impact of COVID-19 on these hotels. In fact, luckily, in general, the Rehoboth market, as well as the Delaware Shore market, has fared much better than the national hotel lodging industry and has recovered in a quicker pace, which we're all pleasantly surprised by. Next, we were tasked with preparing operating projections under each of those scenarios, as well as estimating the construction costs for each of those scenarios as well. Finally, our final component of our task was to prepare a valuation of the assets based on those operating projections under each scenario, as well as an investment analysis, effectively creating a return on investment for the Papa John family. Initially, as part of my testimony, I want to discuss the differences between the two scenarios beyond what Peter's already alluded to. So there are some key component differences. First and foremost, under the 2.0 FAR, we're discussing a select service hotel or a limited service hotel. And please forgive me if I'm speaking in hotel terminology. Please feel free to jump in and ask if you have a question. We have a tendency to dive down a wormhole sometimes. Whereas the 3.0 scenario is a full service hotel. This is a full service hotel offering restaurants, meeting space, and meeting and event space, and additional services to the guests. We are going to use terms like upscale versus upper upscale. These are industry defined terms. I'm going to try to put you in more common terms. Effectively, a select service or upscale property is a 2.5 to 3 star product, whereas a full service hotel that we're talking about here is a 4-star plus product. As we already talked about, there's a difference in key count in our assumptions as well, 160 keys versus 116. As Peter just pointed out at the end of his presentation, there's approximately 100 square foot feet difference in the guest room sizes between FAR 2.0 and FAR 3.0, excluding the balconies. The balconies are really, really a crucial component to the success of the 3.0 project and to the success of any full service 4-star resort. It's that ability to not only be in your guest room, but the ability to experience the destination outdoors. The other thing I would like to point out is, Peter pointed out in his presentation, is all but 4 of the guest rooms have balconies. And these terraces and balconies are not small. On average, I think Peter mentioned they were 50 plus square feet. While the total number of food and beverage outlets are the same between these two models that we prepared, the types of food and beverage that they're serving are very, very different. On the select service model, it's really a breakfast area with some glorified area for drinks in the evening. Conversely, as Alex mentioned early in the presentation, on the 3.0, we're focused on artisan restaurants, quality bar service, a real full service experience for the guests. Next, other key basic amenities here in the difference between the two, as Peter mentioned, a basic fitness center in the 2.0 FAR, but no swimming pool. Really something that almost every full-scale resort needs. Whereas on the 3.0 FAR, not only do we have an outdoor pool with terrace, but we've also got a fitness center that overlooks the pool and has fantastic views as well. Finally, the biggest difference between the two hotels, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, is really the meeting space and the event space and that ability to attract a different type of customer between the 2.0 FAR and the 3.0 FAR. And that 3,000 square feet is going to allow the hotel, as a full service hotel, to bring economic impact to Rehoboth Beach throughout the year, not just in the summer season when everyone's already full. We're talking about having weddings throughout the year. We're talking about having groups and special events throughout the year as well. Finally, just real quick on our financial projections, just because it does have an impact of it, there's about 13,000 square feet of retail space in the 2.0 FAR, and there's about 17,000 square feet in the 3.0 FAR. So just real quick, beyond talking about some of these physical differences, what is the difference really between a select service and a full service hotel? We're talking about staffing levels and guest experience. So we're talking about bellman, turn down service, a concierge versus a front desk agent, and that's it. You know, having those touch points with guests and having them have a complete experience is the difference between a 2.0 FAR and a 3.0 FAR, beyond the physical. Simply because at a 2.0 FAR, you can't afford to have all those additional niceties because you've only got a 250 square foot room, and you can't charge the room rates to support those extra services. As I said, we've already discussed the physical differences, but there's even more to that. There's fit and finish, right? So there's wood accents, there's artwork, there's a higher quality of flooring or carpet that's going in there. And then the last thing that I think is really important that Peter showed as well, but I want to emphasize this as, you know, Peter's certainly going to design a nice building regardless of what it is, but there's a lot more flexibility when you're designing a full service hotel than when you're designing a select service hotel. For the simple reason that this select service hotel in a 2.0 FAR is most likely to be branded. So any design that Peter works on or comes up with is going to be constrained by what the brand wants, right? So to give you some idea of what we're talking about when we're saying select service in a 2.0 FAR, we're talking about upscale brands, some of them which you may know. So I'm going to just list a couple so you have an idea of the type of product I'm talking about. I'm talking maybe about a Courtyard by Marriott, a Hilton Garden Inn, maybe a Hyatt Place, brands of that nature. Not economy, but definitely not upper upscale. All these brand standards that we're talking about are great when you're going and you're staying on Route 1 and you want to know you have a nice, clean hotel and you're going to get the same thing wherever you go. But when you're coming to Rehoboth, you want a beach experience. And that beach experience is just going to be watered down by creating simply another box on the boardwalk. So this is why it's so important to allow a full service hotel in here, is because you can have bespoke design that can be themed for the location. And it will allow the designers, both architects and interior design, to kind of weave important components of the community throughout the hotel. As you can see by Peter's presentation, where he's got the historical elements of the Belhaven weaved throughout the FAR3. Finally, jumping back to the feasibility component of our assignment for both sets of projections, we used the same competitive set. So we used all the hotels there in Rehoboth itself, as well as a handful of hotels down in Dewey Beach included our competitive set as part of our analysis. But ultimately what our results indicated is in a 2.0 FAR with a larger number of rooms had a significantly lower construction cost versus 116 rooms with a 3.0 FAR. In fact, the difference is nearly $15 million. In the FAR 2.0, it's a construction cost of $65.1 million, roughly $400,000 a room, versus an $80.7 million estimated construction cost for 116 keys. So we're building a very nice building with a lot less rooms. Finally, or not finally, but also as it relates to the financial feasibility, if you look at the overall return on investment, so this is the value, the valuation that we've estimated on our operating projections against just a simple return on investment analysis in terms of the amount of money that the Papa John family is going to put in, very simple business terms, and what their yield would be on their investment. The difference is there's a 25%, the FAR 2.0 delivers a 25% plus return, which is excellent on FAR 2. Conversely, the FAR 3 delivers a return on investment of less than 15%. In addition to the construction costs that are greater under the 2.0 FAR scenario, which is driven by the lower room count and the addition of less profitable amenities like meeting and event space. I know it's commonplace to think that restaurants are high profit margins, but in reality they aren't, and meeting space is not either. The real profit maker in the hotel business is and always will be rooms. So those additions that the Papa John family is looking to add to the hotel, while they are great amenities for the hotel, they're not necessarily money drivers. Finally, I think it's important because I'm sure this question is going to come up, and Peter and I were just discussing this before the meeting today. The question may come up is, why didn't you just simply generate a scenario where you took all the nice amenities, the beautiful rooms, the balconies, and adhered to the FAR 2.0? And what would that look like? Well, we did initially at a very high level, and simply it yielded less than 75 rooms. So at that point, that hotel is no longer financially feasible. We just did not have enough rooms to make the project work on the 2.0 FAR with all the other amenities built into the hotel, with the meeting space, with the retail space, with the pool deck, and the balconies. It just limited the sheer number of keys we could have. Finally, I'd like to just conclude here. As Peter noted, the inclusion of the pool decks and balconies and terraces in the calculation of the FAR has created a hardship for the Belhaven properties and is the reason why they are seeking this variance. Belhaven's decision to request the additional FAR is not for increased developer profits. It's their desire to focus on the goals of the comprehensive development plan and of the Streetscape Task Force to create an upscale and inviting year-round destination that improves the community both visually, economically, and helps bring new visitors to Rehoboth Beach that would not come without a quality hotel product that they're proposing to build today. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, Randy.
Yeah, I had a question. Please go over those numbers again. You said 75 rooms for FAR 2.0 for a luxury.
Mm-hmm.
Your courtyard version is 116?
160.
160. And then what's the other, wasn't there 116 rooms?
Yeah, that's the FAR 3.0.
Thank you.
Randy Mason, you had a question?
What is the,
sorry. Barry,
you
go
know,
ahead.
if you did that analysis, what's your room break even point? 75, 80, 90?
Break even analysis is not something we're looking to do, because obviously the developer needs to, I mean, what is the break even? Are we talking break even on an operating level? Are we talking break even on a development cost level?
No, what I'm trying to understand is you did an analysis, 75 rooms to do luxury, right? Didn't work for you. And that's based on, I guess, construction costs, everything. But again, FAR 3.0 is 50% more.
But we're not doubling the room count in that either. I think what you're looking for is how many rooms do I need to get to achieve a working return?
Yeah, thank you.
I wasn't tasked specifically with that analysis because we were working within the parameters that Peter had provided. Sometimes when it's a clean sheet on development, we'll provide our recommendations, which are strictly market-based. But these recommendations are dictated by zoning code, largely dictated by, to Peter's point, by parking, the way we park it. FAR 3 limitation is really limited on the room count is limited on the parking size more than anything else. But so we're always focused on as high as we can go, not as necessarily as low as we can go. So I don't have the specific answer for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Randy, you had some questions?
Okay. I wanted to ask a couple questions about this additional lot, because I had seen no information about that in the documents that we got. So I've been trying to absorb that. And I'm familiar with where the lot is and the like. Is the parking that is going to go there, is that simply parking on the surface, I presume?
Yes. Peter, if you want to jump in here too, because you're going to probably be able to answer some of these questions better than me. But yeah, it's my understanding it is just surface.
Okay. And the question that I wanted to ask is, was any consideration given to using some more of that FAR? I'm not sure. Conceivably for the conference space and pool, for instance, and so that you'd have the hotel with a smaller FAR, and then the parking is using additional FAR for the amenities that you need, and it's all still part of the hotel. As you point out, they're just across the street from each other.
Peter, do you want me to tackle this one from an operating perspective?
You can answer it from an operating perspective, but it's our understanding, Randy, that we'd not be allowed to do that. Like, we were allowed to use the additional lot for parking only. That's within the parking code. That is something you're allowed to do in order to offset the parking. But in terms of sharing and expanding the use from a zoning point of view would be different. Now, from an operations point of view, I'll let Chris speak to that.
Yeah, Randy, meeting space, probably a little bit less of a challenge, but a pool at a remote location where guests would have to walk across Rehoboth Avenue, particularly from a kind of 4-star perspective, really would be a non-starter. I don't see everyone wanting to kind of get in their robe or grab their towel and walk across the streets of the pool. I mean, it actually may work on a 2.5-star product, but not on a 4-star product.
Okay.
Any other questions? Walt, you have anything? Walt, any questions from you?
Jerry, you're muted.
Can anybody hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, any questions, Walt?
No questions, Jerry.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions. So I want to start off by telling you that
Jerry, we need you to speak more in the microphone. Can't quite hear you.
I want to say that I've spent a considerable amount of time reviewing all the papers that were submitted in this case for this hearing and for the hearing 2 years ago. So I know I have, and I know my fellow board members have spent considerable time with this Bellhaven project. And as I reviewed them over the weekend, I said to myself, there's a piece missing. And the piece missing is the piece that you, Mr. Silke, just tried to provide. And it was the fact that there was really no financial information that was provided to us. And I kind of felt that financial information was needed if you're going to show a financial difficulty by building one hotel versus the other or some other project. So the extreme practical difficulty that we're talking about here is a financial one. And that was your part of the case. Now, the problem that I'm having is that in all the hours that I spent working on this case up until this moment, I really had no information about to support financial difficulty other than, bare bones statements or assertions that, hey, it's not economically feasible for us to proceed in another direction. But that was it, just a statement. And you tried to add some flesh to the bones on that issue, which I think is probably helpful. But I got to tell you, I wish I had more time to consider the information, which to me, I'm not a great financial guy. To me, that's a little bit complicated. And so I have I wish I had more time to develop questions. I can throw it what I have now, but it would have been nice to have more information about this earlier. Now, I think I heard you say that the profit margin on the 2.0 version is 25%, right?
It's not a profit margin, it's a return on investment, so that factors in. But it's a profit margin for the developer, effectively. Yes.
Okay. And the profit,
not for the hotel operation itself. It combines both hotel operations and development costs.
Okay. And the profit margin for 3.0 is 15%. Right?
Correct.
So the maximum is 25% with the 3.0. And the
no, with 2.0. In reality, the 2.0 FAR actually yields the Papa John family a greater return. If they were to go and build a stripped down 160-room select service hotel, they would earn more money on their dollars invested than they would on 116 rooms at $15 million more of construction costs.
All right. So it's a, with the 3.0, it's 15%. Is that what you said?
Correct. Yep.
Excuse me?
Underground parking is $15 million, or 10 to 14.
What, you apparently did a study of other hotels in the area, or you're familiar with other hotels?
Yes, we researched existing hotels in the market area in order to develop our projections.
Okay, so let's talk about those if you would. But what hotels are you talking about?
We reviewed both hotels. I can give you the entire competitive set of hotels that we looked at if you'd like, but we reviewed hotels both on the independent hotels on the boardwalk, as well as the hotels on Route 1. And then also, as I mentioned, we included some of the hotels in Dewey Beach as well.
Let's just talk about the ones in Rehoboth. How many rooms? Okay. How many rooms are we talking about for the competitors' hotels?
Sure. Just give me 1 second and let me just look at my file here so I have it, so I'm speaking clearly. Okay, so in our competitive set, we have 9 hotels with, which are along. So we did it. I didn't break it down specifically by Rehoboth versus
Route 1.
I'm sorry, outside of Rehoboth. So we divided it into 2 competitive sets. We divided the initial competitive set was branded beach hotels along Route 1 effectively, or just branded hotels. And then the secondary competitive set was independent hotels. So in total, we have 12 hotels with 1,116 rooms as of year-end 2021.
All right. Let me did you consider the Boardwalk Plaza Hotel?
I will give you the exact hotels that we included. Hold on. We had the Hotel Rehoboth, the Avenue Inn, the Belmore Luxury Hotel, the Fairfield Inn and Suites, the Hampton Inn Rehoboth, the Beach Boutique Hotel, which was formerly a Holiday Inn Express, the Comfort Inn Rehoboth Beach, the Holiday Inn Express Rehoboth, the Home 2 Suites Up in Lewes, the Hyatt Place Dewey Beach, the Residence Inn, and then the Heritage Inn, which is in the process of converting to another brand called Staybridge Suites.
Okay. So let's take the Boardwalk Plaza Hotel. Did you include that in your list? No.
No, we did not.
All right. That's on the Boardwalk. Is there any reason why you didn't include that one?
Probably, I would assume it's condition. I believe it was condition, the reason we didn't include it.
Condition?
The other issue is the availability of data. So when you're collecting data, there's something called Smith Travel Research, which is a data aggregation service, and they collect hotel operating performance statistics, occupancy, and rate for all the hotels. And they individually contribute that data, and then you can basically order a report from them, and they generate a report back to you and present the operating data for all those hotels in aggregate. So you see all the hotels in aggregate and see their operating performance.
So do you know how many rooms the Boardwalk Plaza Hotel has?
I'd have to look. I don't know if I have it directly right here. Let me see. Boardwalk Plaza, 1 second. Here it is. I'm sorry. It is, I don't actually, 84 rooms. And it's an independent hotel, and it does not contribute to Smith Travel Research.
Okay, so you don't know what its occupancy rate is during the year?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
How about the Atlantic Sands?
Again, does not contribute to Smith Travel Research, and its total Atlantic Sands has 108, there's actually 181 keys.
181 rooms?
Yes.
You know what its occupancy rate is?
I do not.
How about Bellhaven?
Bellhaven.
Not Bellhaven, I'm sorry, Belmore.
The Belmore has 78 rooms, and I have an estimated occupancy that we've included based on our interviews.
And it's estimated to be?
That's proprietary information of someone else's business, and I don't think it's proper for me to testify to that.
Okay. And the Hotel Rehoboth, how many rooms?
The Rehoboth Inn?
No, the Hotel Rehoboth.
Oh, yeah, here it is. I'm sorry, 52 keys.
52 rooms. All right.
I have a question, Jerry, since you're doing these numbers.
Yeah.
In Bethany Beach, the Residence Inn, how many rooms? It's brand new. We're 2 years old.
Yeah, I've got that. I think it's 106 keys, I don't have it directly in front of you, as we did not include it in our comp set, but we are aware of its performance, and it recently transacted as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So do you have a projection on the occupancy rate for the version 2.0 versus 3.0?
I do, but that's Mr. Papajohn's decision on whether he would like to share that proprietary business information with you.
Would you?
Mr. Capone, what information do you want again? Can you repeat that, please?
I was asking for the projected occupancy rate for both versions of your proposal.
Yeah, that's fine. You can share that.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's fine. Okay, sure. So I'm going to give you the data just because otherwise it's a 12-year projection that we've prepared. And the way we do this is we prepare the hotels once they stabilize. So hotels typically ramp up, they open kind of at a lower occupancy, and then over a 2 to 4 year period, they're going to achieve this, what we call stabilization, where effectively their occupancy may shift 1 or 2 points, but they're basically kind of stabilized in the market. So I'm going to give you the stabilized performance. So effectively the 3rd year occupancy, operating occupancy, and then the average daily rate for the hotel, but in 2021 dollars. So in current value dollars, not when the hotel would stabilize. And just so we're clear here. So on the first estimate, it was 62, this is the 160 key 2.0 FAR, was 62% occupancy at $288. And then the 116 unit property, 63% occupancy at $425.
Just bear with me, please.
Sure. I mean, I can give you total revenue if you want total rooms revenue on each of those too.
So what I think, this is interesting.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yeah, okay. I got you. So this is an interesting issue for me here, because what you're saying is that this isn't a financial hardship for you. You would make more money with 2.0 than with 3.0.
Correct.
So this is not an exceptional practical difficulty, because you'd be making more money with the scaled back version.
Correct. However, you would end up with a product that is not what the Papa John family nor the city of Rehoboth wants on their boardwalk.
I completely understand that. So, but if we're looking at this as what kind of extreme practical difficulty is, and it's pretty much a financial issue, unless somebody else has another opinion, if council thinks.
Mr. Capone,
yeah.
I don't think our family's ever argued that the 2.0 FAR version would not make money or the 3.0 FAR version would not make money. That's not the hardship.
What is the hardship? Tell me. And you know what? Let's not use the word hardship, because we're deciding the case based upon extreme practical difficulty. That's the terminology we have to use. So I ask you this question: what is the extreme practical difficulty for you in this case?
Well, the beginning of my presentation, the incompatibility between the CDP and the expectations of the Wilmington Avenue, Baldwin Avenue Streetscape Task Force and the zoning ordinance. They're incompatible. You cannot build that attractive, beautiful, inviting development with the amenities that are considered standard for that type of development, and include the retail stores, which everybody's demanding, and avoid ground level parking, which nobody wants to see.
So what you're saying is this: you're saying the exceptional practical difficulty isn't yours, it's ours. That's what you're saying.
No, it's, if we're supposed to comport with the CDP, aren't we? How are we going to do that with a 2.0 FAR?
Well, you're
So it is our problem. It's not just your problem. It is our problem.
Ms. Counsel, you wanted to interject something?
So I think it's an interesting line of questioning. I do think, though, that if a property owner, in this case, the Papa John family, desires to build or develop a project in a particular way, that it can be, or they can be confronted with an exceptional practical difficulty in making the development or in developing the property in the manner in which they wish it to be developed. And I think in that sense, they can satisfy the exceptional practical difficulty test, or at least arguably can. I'm not judging the application, but I don't think that they're excluded from having an exceptional practical difficulty because the project they don't want to build is more profitable than the project they want to build.
Okay.
Or they could put it the other way. They could say if they were going to build the luxury, if they were going to build the, I think if you just flip the way you look at it, they might be able to satisfy it in the terms that you were mentioning. So if they went with a luxury project and were stuck with 75 rooms, then they'd have a financial hardship because the luxury project will not produce the revenues necessary to support the underground parking and the other amenities that they're proposing. So this is complicated a little bit by the fact that they are suggesting to you that if they don't get the variance, that they could build something else, which just so happens to be more profitable instead of less profitable. I think that is a complication, but I think they could couch it in different terms and say they've got a financial hardship because the project they want to build is limited to 75 rooms.
All right,
I have one more question. It was mentioned earlier that there was a concept review that was presented to the Planning Commission, I believe. Do they come out with a report or some sort of a finding? I'd be very interested to know what they thought about the, even just the concept review.
Well, our family has submitted 3 or 4 different concepts for concept review. The one I was referring to in my presentation was the code compliant version, which had parking on the ground level.
Okay.
Yeah. But as far as a report being issued, probably have to refer that to Matt Janis. I'm not sure, or if there's somebody on the Planning Commission at this meeting, but I'm not sure if the Planning Commission issues a special report after a concept review. I'm not sure.
Okay, but it was for the one with the parking on the street or on the ground level.
It was not the 2.0 version that we're presenting here, the comparison.
But a something similar with that kind of parking, not underground parking.
Correct. There was no underground parking.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for this witness? Anybody else? Counsel, you want to add anything?
We need to hear from the public, though.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other witnesses you'd like to call, Mr. Papa John?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Last but not least, my father, John Papa John.
Where is he? I'd like to see him.
He's calling from Northern Virginia. He doesn't have a computer.
Okay.
So can you unmute him? Great. Dad, can you hear us?
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me? Well, when we first started here, you know, I talked with my sons, Alex and Nick, and I said, what do you want to do? And this was about a year after we'd been approached
Mr.
by
Papajohn,
some people who wanted to buy our property.
Mr.
And I
Papajohn,
said
can you
it
hear me?
4 or 5 years ago. Now, all I want to say is, throughout all this, it seems to me that since I was raised in the Bellhaven Hotel, working in it, realized very early, you don't make any money on the food. You make money on the rental of rooms. So I wasn't surprised by all these experts who came out, Peter Filott and Revpar and all of them, that said, you know, you're going to make your money on the rooms. That's it. So I knew right from the beginning, just from a gut feeling, without getting into the details of what we've been through all afternoon, that maximization of return after minimization of investment is the best way to go when it comes to investments. But as I said from the very beginning, when the first hearing we had with the city, there were 2 presentations made by Peter Filott. And Plan B, or what I call the schlock place, was one that I openly said in open meeting there, I'm not in favor of the second option. So I realized back then, just from a gut feeling, that by saying that, I was probably going to minimize the number of rooms by going in the fancier thing. Now, why do we want the fancier place? Well, it's sentimental, frankly. Having been raised in Rehoboth, went to Rehoboth High School, graduated from there. Pardon me. I have strong feelings about Rehoboth. So I said, what do you want to do? You want to sell it? It's my preference. And maybe I influenced them too much, but I don't think so. It's my preference to try and put a place in here that we as a family would be proud of, but even just as importantly, that the people of Rehoboth would have a place that they could look at and say, that is a real testament to the taste of Rehoboth and what it looks like. And in the postcards or emails or photographs of it over the years, that's going to be the face of the end of Rehoboth Avenue. And I hope across the street that Dominic someday could do the same thing over there, hopefully. But the real objective is, when you want to talk about finances and economics, I know it's a much longer term payout when you go for the fancy place. I felt it in my gut before we got into all these details. But I said, I'm glad that we would do that, even though I may be 6 feet under at St. George's Cemetery. The family would have something. But, pardon me. So, what am I saying? Really, what I'm saying is it's best to have a place that brings in customers that are middle class to upper middle class income people that have the financial resources not only to rent the more expensive rooms, but also to be there to support places like Carlton's Men's Shop, the Spice and Tea Shop in our place, all these nice restaurants around town. That's what we need. People that are going to be willing to come there and spend the financial resources to take care of everything that needs to be taken care of, to provide impetus and incentives for Rehoboth Avenue, Wilmington Avenue, and Baltimore Avenue to grow over the next 30, 40, 50 years. Because let's face it, this is not like the stock market. You're not going to get in and out of this on a daily basis with puts and calls and buying stocks. So a building that goes in there is going to be there for at least 50 years. And the way we have building materials today, it's not like the old Bellhaven with the wooden construction of non-treated, chemical treated wood. It's stuff you got to keep painted and work on and rot. This thing going to be there in the next 50, probably 75 years, maybe 100, who knows? So it should be a nice place, as nice as possible. Thank you very much for listening to me, and pardon for my emotion.
Mr. Papajohn, do you affirm the testimony you just gave was true and correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Alex, do you have anything else?
No, sir. I think that concludes our team's presentation. I appreciate you listening to us. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to hear from members of the public in a few minutes. I would like your team to stand by just in case there are additional questions after we hear from the public. Okay, the public will not be asking questions to you directly, but they may cause us to think of other issues we may want to address. All right, can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so now we have several people from the public who have indicated that they'd like the opportunity to speak. The first one is Michael Strange. Mr. Strange, are you available now?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, the floor is yours, but first you're going to speak to our counsel, Mr. Townsend.
Mr. Strange, could you give us your address for the record?
Yes, 4 Stokely Street, Rehoboth Beach.
Do you affirm that the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes. First of all, I'd like to say that although I am a member of the Planning Commission, what I'm about to say is not an official position of the Planning Commission. I'm speaking as a citizen, and I would first like to say that I really appreciate the applicant is in a very difficult situation. And I'm going to speak strictly about the facts related to that situation. I would like to indicate one thing, though, that Mr. Falat, in his presentation, said he also had to make the same affirmation as I just did, but he made a statement which is factually incorrect. He kept indicating that the one implementation that was a FAR 2.0 hotel was fully code compliant. That is absolutely and completely an incorrect statement. The reason is it met the requirement for the FAR 2.0, but it did not meet several criteria under the zoning code. Under Chapter 2, and I'll read this so I get it straight. Chapter 236-30D, elements 1 through 4 and 5. Section E, elements 2, 5, 9, 15 through 21. And Chapter 270-5, element A. And discussions about that are all in the public record as a result of a meeting of the Planning Commission that would take place April 12th, 2019. So I'm just stating that as factual information. The representations that were made in all the presentations tended to be financial. And although practical difficulty from a financial perspective is absolutely true and important in this case, the police power of the state and of the city, the obligation is to protect all the residents with regard to a request for to a variance. And a request for a variance almost has to be done to a moral certainty to be achieved. And in this particular case, there's an awful lot of a certainty. But one of the biggest elements here, which is very unusual, it was pointed out by the chair, is the financial issues. And from a financial perspective, you also have to protect the financial interest of the remainder of the community. And it's a very diffuse issue. The applicants are actually making a proposal which would earn them less money in the long run, but whether they earn more or less is really not the issue here. It's with regard to whether these comport to the building code from a perspective of 2.0 versus 3.0, when it's constantly represented that the 3.0 version is fully compliant and the 2.0 version, quote, is fully compliant, but they need this change with a variance. Both those statements actually are not correct, because there's a series of issues, as I just quoted, by specific element, are not met by either of them until it's fully adjudicated by the Planning Commission by virtue of submittal of a complete certified plan, which is yet to be done. So something is being done here, and I think it is appropriate to use the term "the cart is before the horse," because it involves a multiplicity of issues that haven't been addressed at all, which in fact, because this is redevelopment, comes back to the Planning Commission. And I fully understand that this particular piece of property, that the Papajohn family has a very difficult physical reality of the property that they wish to redevelop. And it may or may not be a hotel. It may not be possible to do that. It clearly is representing difficulties with regard to being 2.0 or 3.0. But there's more to the issue than just that in terms of protecting the entire public with regard to a decision that will be affected by the decision that you make here today. It can't be just based on beliefs. It has to be based on evidence and facts. And in fact, in other towns, which I specified in one of my letters, which I won't go into today, that have much more restrictive mixed use and FAR constraints, they have fared extremely well, as opposed to some others which relinquished those conditions and didn't do so well. So you have a very weighty decision in front of you that can't be taken easily. And I thank you for your time.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Strange. Our next speaker is Dr. Michael Trejos. Dr. Trejos, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Capone.
Okay, you're going to hear from our counsel, and then you'll be allowed to speak, and I know I will have a question for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trejos, your address for the record, please.
6613 Goldsboro Road, Falls Church, Virginia.
Do you affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Mr. Trejos?
Yes, I do.
All right, please continue.
Thank you. Everyone, my name is Dr. Michael Trejos, and for a little background, I am a co-owner of the properties adjacent to the Belhaven Hotel project located at 15 through 16 Surf Avenue, which is 0 through 7 South Boardwalk, and 1 Wilmington Avenue in Rehoboth Beach. The businesses located at these properties include Gus and Gus, Starkey's Ice Cream, Tidal Raves 5 and 10, The Funnel Cake Factory, Zog's Raw Bar and Grill, and Dave and Skippy's. Additionally, for full disclosure, I am a physician commissioner on the City of Alexandria, Virginia Public Health Advisory Commission and an at-large physician representative equivalent to a commissioner on the Fairfax County Healthcare Advisory Board. This board reviews application for the construction of healthcare facilities in Fairfax County prior to going to the Fairfax County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. Lastly, I am an industry certified master first-class telecommunications engineer with FCC licensure for over the past 35 years. I therefore have the administrative and engineering expertise to review structural applications such as the proposed Belhaven Hotel application. I wish to begin by stating that as a general matter, I and my fellow co-owners are in support of the development of a proposed Belhaven Hotel. We believe that such a development would be very good for that area of Rehoboth Beach. Our concerns regarding the construction of this proposed Belhaven Hotel, however, deal with public safety matters and the need to ensure the proper safety of life and property. Chairman Capone, I would like to address your comment with regard to the PLUS review that was done by the PLUS agency. It should be noted that a copy of the PLUS report has already been submitted to the city for their records and is currently available at the last Planning Commission correspondence and can be viewed there. Ann Womack has the copy available, and if she wanted to, could potentially circulate it to everyone. As I comment, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman. But I would like to address a couple of points on that PLUS document. As I had submitted in my original submission to you, I was concerned about a fire safety setback. I too, after having made this submission and after that report had been released, I too have had significant discussions with Dwayne Fox, who is the Assistant Chief of the Delaware State Fire Marshal's Office. Mr. Fox and I had discussions, and he related to me that as Peter Follett had made the notation, that their interest is in the safety of individuals, not necessarily the safety of property. Because of the fact that the Belhaven Hotel project will have fire buffers, that is, I believe in, Mr. Falat could correct me on this, but between 0 to 3 feet, you have to have a 2-hour fire buffer. Anywhere from 3 to 5 feet has to be a 1-hour buffer. So my discussions with Mr. Fox related to the fact that because they will have those type of fire barriers, that would suffice for their aspect of a fire safety setback. However, my discussions with Mr. Fox also related that any additional fire safety setback with regard to the safety of property is the purview of the city of Rehoboth Beach and the city chief and the building inspectors and the building and licensing department as to whether they believe an additional fire safety setback would be appropriate. So those discussions would still have to be ongoing. I would like to make a notation, and I don't know if for y'all to be able to see where the issue is coming, is if Peter, would you be able to bring up the second floor view for everyone to see?
You're speaking to Mr. Falat?
Is he there? I guess he's not there. Let me just continue if I may then, Mr. Chairman. The reason I'm making the comment, and this goes back in part to 2 years ago, Mr. Capone, when the application was brought forth to you. On the Wilmington Avenue side, the original 2019 application only had a 5-foot entrance egress, and there was significant issue with regard to public safety in that regard. The current application is now a 12-foot opening, which is most appropriate in order to deal with EMS transports going up and down from the second floor down. However, if you all were to look at the current plans and look at the second floor view, upon climbing up those 12-foot going up to that platform area where the pool is located, there is no direct access. There is a barrier to be able to go directly into the central core. Now, what do we mean by that? So
Dr.
Peter, you're there.
Trejos.
If you can go to the second floor, please.
Dr. Trejos, could you hold on a second?
Yeah,
please?
I think we're getting into an area here that is within the domain, as you pointed out, of the city, and those concerns are going to be brought to bear during any construction project.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you. And if that is indeed the case, then I will hold on that. But I just wanted everyone to understand the issue at hand, the second floor level there. And again, as was in my submission to you, the issue still becomes the fact that if there should be a fire incident, now we have the property in the gray right to the southeast corner. The issue before you is that, and this again goes with the FAR, if there is the need for an additional buffer to allow for adequate fire safety and public safety, fire department access to that central core area where there's that skylight and that area in there, then that would affect the FAR. Our concern continues to be that if there should be a significant incident that occurs, especially either in the central core or especially on that north side, the only way to gain access and put out a fire or to deal with a public safety incident would literally be to have to climb onto our flat roof or to utilize the boardwalk area of ZOGs to be able to gain access, which in turn should not be the primary means of gaining access. Again, this could affect the FAR, because if you in turn have to address this issue, then the FAR would be affected in the total calculations. That's number two on the issue here. Now, Chairman Capone, wanted to ask you a statement that you had brought up the issue of the plus and the FEMA. Do you believe it is appropriate this time to bring any additional insight to that, or would you like me to hold on that at this time?
No, you know what? I would like to hear more about plus, because I don't have anything on it.
Okay, well, if you want to hear more about the plus, then let me make this notation for you, because the number one item on the plus document, the number one item that was being discussed deals with the FEMA. That's what basically they deal with. And the very first item on page 2, but again, you don't have it in front of you, deals with the special flood hazard area. And the issue before you is that the PLUS agency stated that even though now the document meets the FEMA design flood elevation of EL12, there is still concern that with global warming, with rising sea level and subterranean water levels, that it is their belief that the property continues to be in need of waterproofing as if it was below the base flood elevation or below the design elevation of 12. Now, the reason why I'm making this comment is that the question now still begs the issue of whether or not, with global warming and with rising sea levels, will the underground parking garage, which again, in order to meet the EL12, went from 10-foot height to a 9-foot height in order to just be above the EL12 level. Will global warming and rising sea levels cause that level to no longer be EL12, but EL10 or EL11, which means then that once they start digging down and they hit a water table that is above 12 feet, can that in turn cause issues with our adjacent properties, again, raising the same problems that occurred 2 years ago, Chairman Capone, when the application was brought forth to you with regard to a FEMA flood variance. So again, these are still open issues that will have to be addressed in the future with regard to that.
So are you concerned? Are you
no,
concerned?
The last thing, Mr. Chairman, that I believe you wanted to ask that was with regard to my submission and the potential of our renovation of the property. I will tell you that though I respect Mr. Falat's concept, you can pull it down now, Peter. That can come down if you'd like. In order to deal with, if we wanted to renovate the property there, we could design with the ground being 100% and the second level of being 50%, to where, have you ever think of it as an opera type building, or a type building where you would start from the northwest with higher buildings and then coming down in a pattern so that you could still meet the 50% and yet create 42-foot walls on both the north side and the west side of our property, which would be then the south side and west side, east side of their building. So in reality, yes, we could theoretically build a structure and redevelop the property with those 42-foot walls where they are, and then taper them down towards the southeast corner. That is totally feasible, and therefore would still in effect public safety access and the need for potential additional public safety setback as determined by the city. Mr. Capone, I will stand by for any questions.
Okay, thank you. So are you for or against this project?
No, as I stated, in general, we are in support of some sort of development of this project. I always made that clear. I and my fellow family members are in support of this project.
This particular proposal seeks to exceed the FAR. So they can develop the property in accordance with the FAR. You're in favor of some development, but you know what? When we have these hearings, we often hear from, and we like to hear from, neighboring property owners to let us know if or how the proposal is going to affect their property. Now, is this proposal going to serve to the detriment of your property, as far as you can tell?
Mr. Capone, the answer would be yes, without the appropriate public safety, fire safety setbacks as would be needed in cases of appropriate emergencies, and be detrimental if the FEMA issues are not addressed by doing core drillings ahead of the project in order to determine where the water table is, to ensure that when they go to build a parking lot, that they do not cause liquefaction damage to our properties adjacent to theirs on the east side.
Here we are at the hearing, and I can't tell you that those concerns are going to be met. I cannot tell you that. And I'm not sure Mr. Papa John can. So with the state of uncertainty that we have, are you concerned that this project is going to detrimentally affect your property?
Again, I will then have to qualify my statement saying, yes, I am concerned about detrimental aspects of this current proposal at 3.0 with regard to our property. But again, it continues to be our belief that this property could be redesigned appropriately, deal with the issues, and meet the Board of Adjustment issues.
But that's not what we have in front of us today. So whatever you're considering or dreaming may be possible, that's not what we're voting on today. We're voting on this particular proposal, and you've testified now that you believe this proposal works to the detriment of your property.
Yes, and again, Mr. Capone, I will reiterate that yes, as currently presented, the 3.0, without everything that I just alluded to, it would be a potential detriment to our property. Yes, thank you.
All right, do you have any other, are there any other questions? Anything else you'd like to say?
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe, unless anybody has any questions for me.
No, no other questions for you. All right, next speaker is Rick Perry. Mr. Perry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Capone. Thank you very much for recognizing me.
Wait.
Mr. Perry,
okay.
address for the record, please.
46 Pennsylvania Avenue, Rehoboth Beach.
Do you affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As Peter Follott appropriately pointed out, I'm the one who nearly threw them out of the Planning Commission meeting when they came before us with their 2.0 plan with surface parking. That was not about to waste the Planning Commission's valuable time with something that had absolutely no merit and was inconsistent with the CDP, even if it may have been code compliant from a zoning standpoint. One thing strikes me, I mean, I spent 3 years on the Planning Commission last year as chair. And during that period of time, the Bellhaven proposal was before us several times. And so I've seen virtually every iteration that's conceivably possible for this project. And I will say at the outset that I support the current proposal, and I encourage you to grant the variance for 3.0 FAR. This is a unique opportunity for the city of Rehoboth to allow exactly what the 2010 CDP intended. And by that, I mean, I went back after having looked at the CDP, I don't know how many times during the course of my service on the Planning Commission. But I looked at it, especially this past weekend, with a different perspective. And what became very apparent is that, as we had feared while I was on the Planning Commission and we were considering the new CDP that's under process, many of us expressed the desire that the new CDP not be put on the shelf and collect dust, and that it be a living document that would be constantly reviewed and its objectives and goals be implemented, its action items be implemented. And what I realized in reviewing the 2010 CDP this weekend is that the city has failed, and that we shouldn't even be here today. The Papa John family shouldn't be here today seeking this variance from the FAR, because the 2010 CDP recommended all the things that they're up against and the obstacles and the hardships that they are facing right now. And so the city created its own hardship by not implementing the action items and the priority items stated in the 2010 CDP. And it truly is a shame that the Papa John family or anyone else is confronted with this after 12 years that the city has failed to address these issues. I want to point out that in the 2010 CDP, under Rehoboth's built environment in Chapter 8, it said the city's goals are to encourage the creative redevelopment of selected properties on Rehoboth Avenue and other commercial areas. Another goal was to increase the commercial viability and attractiveness of Wilmington and Baltimore Avenues and First Street. Well, Wilmington Avenue is certainly in play here. And so I question, why people cherry pick certain phrases from the 2010 CDP. And as is often the case, the CDP is used more as a weapon than it is used in support of reasonable development and change in downtown Rehoboth. One of the submissions, for example, from Win Ackenbaum said that the CDP said that we should avoid outsized and inappropriate development. CDP doesn't say that. That's a mischaracterization and a misstatement. The only time that phrase is used is as an introduction to a sentence. Doesn't say should. And I'm sure we would all agree we don't want to see inappropriate or outsized development, but it was in the context of a design plan that was being suggested by the Planning Commission, which never took place. And so to say that the CDP said should, is, as I said, a mischaracterization. And I don't like to see the CDP misused. One of the priority actions stated in the CDP was that the city was to encourage and assist interested property owners in the creative redevelopment of properties on Rehoboth Avenue and its connecting streets. And that's exactly what they should be doing here, and it's what the Board of Adjustment, I think, after your consideration of this matter, you will see as the appropriate course of action. One of the other things that the CDP envisioned and the expectation was that the city would undertake to ensure that its zoning code and ordinances were up to date and that they encouraged high quality design by providing both greater flexibility and more control. Another requirement of the CDP was to enhance the location's unique identity and development potential. And then it says, e.g., gateway areas, locations near the boardwalk, transit stops. Well, enhancing the gateway on the boardwalk is exactly what the Papa John family is attempting to do. And, it made me feel very bad to listen to John Papa John and to hear the emotion that he has for this project, because I've gotten to know him and his son. And I can tell you that their willingness to sacrifice return on investment to build something that is reminiscent of the Belhaven Hotel that was destroyed in 1962 is sincere. They care more about the city of Rehoboth Beach and what the family legacy will be. And it would be, in my view, unconscionable for the city of Rehoboth to do anything, including denying their request for this variance, that would block them from doing that. This 2010 CDP also states at section 8.31 under commercial revitalization that the passage of time as well as changes in economic circumstances date our commercial areas and create the need for constant attention to their competitiveness and community contribution. Well, that's what's at stake here. Once again, the CDP has not been adequately implemented to achieve that objective. The commercial controls that were discussed in the 2010 CDP also states that one method to encourage and ease the transition of these sites is to change the zoning code to create a special commercial opportunity zone, which would allow mixed uses and increases in density for community-oriented improvements. The CDP contemplated increases in density. The fact that the city failed to fulfill its obligations to implement the 2010 CDP should not be the burden of the property owners in this city. And it is, in my view, a very appropriate basis to determine that there is a hardship here with respect to this proposed development and the Papa John family to achieve the use of their property as the 2010 CDP even envisioned. The last point from the CDP that I want to mention is that it recognized that the Planning Commission perhaps needed additional powers. But the main point was that it was essential that creative solutions such as incentivized zoning in special situations would be key to moving the commercial district forward and stabilizing it and protecting it for everyone in the future. I do want to address one other thing, well, maybe two. One, I want to respond to Randy Mason's question about the Planning Commission report. There was a concept review relating to that horrible proposal, and no report was issued on that. I have to say that the Papa John family went back to the Planning Commission with their current proposal and has sought to obtain the support of the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, and I don't know how many of you have monitored the proceedings of the Planning Commission recently, but the Papa John family was never afforded sufficient opportunity to present their case, and they did in fact request a letter of support from the Planning Commission. And the expectation was that that would have occurred on the 18th of this month. And the Papa John family sat there through hours of a meeting and never given the opportunity or the courtesy to continue the deliberations on their proposal. And so unfortunately, they come back to you without a letter of support, not by any means their fault. Mr. Strange has indicated that perhaps the cart's before the horse, and I think my answer with respect
to... I'm just going to ask you not to repeat anything anybody else has said.
Okay.
Okay?
Suffice it to say that I think that the FAR is a red herring, and it conflates two issues. The bulk and size of a 3.0 versus a 2.0 isn't any different. People need to understand that to be the case. It's a question of quality versus quantity. And the quality that the city will have will be if the 3.0 variance is granted. And I'm reminded of a statement by Judge Learned Hand, who is a senior judge of the Court of Appeals of the Second Circuit, and he's the judge who has been quoted more than any other lower court judge by the Supreme Court, when he said, eventual supremacy of reason, that he believed in the eventual supremacy of reason. And I have every faith that the Board of Adjustment will apply reason to this applicant's request and approve the 3.0 variance. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perry. Then we have, okay, so it's 6 o'clock. Looks like we've been taking, I'd like to take a break. I'd like to take a recess now for 5 minutes, okay? 6:05, can we agree to be back here at 6:05? Thank you.
Yes.
Left on the list. Just two more. Unless there's some last minute. Looks like there's some last minute. Two more. Four more.
same trip for Christmas then too, or will you go everywhere?
We used to go to New York every year to visit my folks, my family, all my siblings, and big family, event. But we're breaking the tradition this year. We're going to stay local.
Probably waiting for me out there.
He might be, or maybe he went into the caucus. Yeah.
Okay, we're back on the record. The next speaker who has signed up to speak is Tom Evans. Tom, are you available? Are we back on the record? Tom Evans, are you available?
It does not appear he's on.
What was that?
So he's not here.
He's not in the queue?
No.
Next, we have Lisa Hodgkins. Ms. Hodgkins, are you available?
I am, and it's Liza.
Okay, this is it. Swear it, please.
Yeah. Ma'am, do you give us your address for the record, please?
Yes, my primary home is 630 North Irving Street, Arlington, Virginia, but I have a property and a beach rental on Washington Street in Rehoboth.
Very good. Do you affirm the testimony given in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Okay. First of all, I just wanted to say the Plaza Hotel lists itself as having 84 rooms per their listing on their website, referring to a previous question by Mr. Capone. So I am a member of the Rehoboth Chamber of Commerce, but I am not speaking on their behalf. I wasn't asked for any input in their statement. So I just want to say that at the beginning, but as a property owner, first of all, I'm really happy they're thinking of a net zero building. There seems to be a distinct lack of sustainability measures in this region, including its new schools. I think it looks great, but I do have a lot of concerns. First off, I do believe that allowing this exception will set a precedent because there will be other so-called iconic locations. And according to the applicant's chart, there is supposed to be an overlay district with flexibility, which implies more than just one or two iconic locations. Question about the 3-star versus 4 or 5-star. Is that a classification required in the CDP or task force recommendations? I'd say that something that is not upscale, which is a word bandied about quite a bit here, or is 3-star, does not necessarily have no charm or have to be sterile and box-like. I can't believe that their excellent architects can not do something better with a smaller FAR. Please remember in remarks earlier that what was said was that the ROI, the return on investment, was low on a 2.0 FAR building with all the improvements that they're offering on the 3.0. What are they without all those improvements? For instance, what impact will it have on a restaurant and other stores with higher prices Do we need another restaurant in Rehoboth? That's probably not an improvement we need. As the chair said, we need more financial information before a reasonable decision can be made. They're not forced to build a box. They're not guaranteed a high return. And certainly if they're interested in the future and appeal of Rehoboth Beach, which I thoroughly believe, they could add some, if not all, interesting features to the 2.0 building, have fewer or smaller rooms, for instance. No guarantee that this post-COVID world is going to stay as it is. And I did not understand why you would rent a room with people if you're going to socially distance with them, as the design said earlier. And the question is, if they're required to build a 2.0 bar building that's not meeting their desires, then perhaps they will not build a 4-floor building, blocking our view of the sky and ocean from other buildings and causing all of Rehoboth to go farther up and farther up, to lose, as many would say, its charm and interest. I do have some other questions you can answer now, or maybe I can see them later. Is there a guarantee that Grotto and the Candy Kitchen will go back? Working for Arlington County, we've heard that lots before, that a business will keep the old businesses, but then they charge so much money that they can't afford it, or there's some disagreement and it doesn't happen. So I'm not sure how the guarantee is here. About the ground floor parking, it doesn't have to be visible all the way to the sidewalk. You can do interesting facades or even small retail. They certainly do that elsewhere. You don't have to see cars as you're walking down Rehoboth Avenue or Wilmington. I'm not clear where the employees were parked. They said they were required to have 6 parking spaces. Pretty impressive that the hotel can run with 6 employees. And we know most people, unfortunately, aren't biking or taking the bus in, but that's a whole different question. I wasn't sure how this would be a respite in emergencies if people are residing in the rooms. Flood risk, obviously there are some improvements in the dunes, et cetera, but just looking at some of the last storms that have hit the country, Pennsylvania, et cetera, have become worse. And anything underground near water level is really tempting fate. And I'll remind you, Adele Rapp is quoted in the Gazette as saying there's a 26% chance this property will flood over the course of a typical 30-year mortgage. Finally, or not quite finally, of all these great amenities that they're suggesting, including the solar panels that they say would not be included in the 2.0 building, though of course they do actually save you money in the long run, how many are they required to do when the 3.0 building is finally built? I've seen a lot of site plans change completely when the final plan is done. And finally, I'd like to add that many of us are emotional about this issue, no matter the size, and that we'd like our legacy to be that we spoke out and made a difference when it was needed. So thank you very much for letting me speak. I appreciate it. It's all been very interesting. I've stayed on the whole time. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask me that as well.
Well, what's your background?
Oh, my background. Well, sort of a jill of all trades, mistress of none. I did work for Arlington County in the county board office for 11 years. And I've grown up coming to Rehoboth and finally bought a place there in 2014, where we stay as often as we can, but we also rent it out as a dog-friendly beach rental. And I try to participate in the community when I can, as I do in Arlington and DC, where I grew up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mark Saunders, are you on? There he is. Mark Saunders, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Saunders, what's your address, please?
My address is 255 Country Club Drive here in Rehoboth Beach.
Do you affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir. May I continue?
Yes, you may. Please do.
All right, thank you. My name is Mark Saunders. I'm fortunate to currently be serving as president of the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association. For those of you that may not be familiar with us, we represent approximately 700 individuals coming from 500 households. We heard a little bit earlier, someone had mentioned some figures of Rehoboth Beach residents only being 1,100 or so. I think that's probably inaccurate. Let's say we're talking about residents, not including part-time residents. Otherwise, our organization has about half of them, which would be pretty darn good for us. But nevertheless, the reason I'm here today is Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association Board of Directors, 9 individuals, by unanimous consent, have asked me to express our hope and desire that you will reject this request for a variance. The main reason for our request to reject the variance is because we feel it sets a horrible precedent that will go all the way down through the commercial areas, even into the residential areas. How many of us would not like to have a bigger house? How many of us would not like to have a garage? I would love to have a larger porch. It would make my house look better. But we follow the rules. We built by the rules. We bought with the rules. And we don't think that it's fair that one individual should come along and change those rules. We understand the function of the Board of Adjustment. It's to make adjustments. But we think that an adjustment from 2 to 3, a 50% adjustment is way, way, way out of line. In closing, because I will be short, I just want to thank you all for what you do and let you know you will still be our friends and neighbors no matter what you decide tonight.
Okay, okay, we'll see about that. All right, is there anyone else who's on the line who would like the opportunity to speak tonight? I see a couple of names I don't recognize on my queue list here, but anybody else?
Carol Everhart.
Okay, Carol Everhart. Good evening. It's your opportunity to speak. You're going to be sworn by counsel.
Thank you.
Ms. Everhart, your address, please.
I represent the Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce. We are located at 306 Rehoboth Avenue, Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
And do you affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please continue.
Okay, it's very brief. My response from the Chamber of Commerce was embedded in the agenda. But just to be specific, I wanted to make sure that you knew our response is not directed to any particular project. It's directed to overall development and the aesthetics of that development.
So you're just clarifying.
That maintains retail is very important to the business community, of course, and I think to our residents. Development that encourages a style that captures the character of the resort, which Rehoboth is known for. And, the decision that's made is going to influence what happens in the future with development. So I thank you for your consideration, and we thank you for all you do for the community.
Well, you're welcome. Okay, if there's no one else, we're going to start discussing the case amongst ourselves on the record here. But before we do that, I just want to go over all the inclusions that were submitted in regards to this case. And I'm not going to read them all because they're rather lengthy, but at least I want to tell you how they feel about the case. So we had 2 submissions from Michael Strange, and he testified already today. Both of his submissions were in opposition to the project.
Can you move the mic closer to your face?
Mr. Strange was against the project for reasons he stated in the large part today. Mr. Trejos, Dr. Trejos, said in his letter that he was generally in favor of the project, but he had safety concerns, and we went over that, I think, pretty thoroughly with him. Then we got an email from Mr. Carano, basically opposed to the project, and he is Paul Carano of Oak Avenue in Rehoboth. Mark Saunders submitted a letter to us. We just heard from him. We got a petition. I think that the final number was 117 citizens, but in any event, we got a petition signed by over 100 citizens opposed to the project. I note that somewhere in here, it said, we welcome a new hotel at the iconic corner of Rehoboth Avenue and the boardwalk. But this particular project, they were opposed to. They did, and it basically concluded by saying, we feel it is imperative that development there enhances the city and does not overwhelm it. Got an email from Nicholas Papantinas, opposed to the project. And then we got a lengthy submission from Charles R. Marvin of Sandalwood Street, and he was opposed to the project for many reasons. We've all taken the opportunity to review that. Carol Everhart submitted a letter, which you just spoke about, and those were the public submissions for this hearing. Okay, so now I think we're at the point where we're going to have some discussion amongst ourselves. But before, and I'm prepared to start discussing it, but I would like to go back to Matt Janis and ask you a question.
Yes, Chair.
During this hearing today, there's been quite a bit of testimony and weight given to the fact that the applicant is saying that we could build 2.0 and be within the FAR and have more hotel rooms and the same bulk, basically. Do you agree with that?
Without seeing plans, I would not agree, but yeah, without seeing plans, I wouldn't be able to make a fair judgment on it.
Okay, is it even possible that could work?
I believe a 2.0 FAR could work, as with every other lot in the city, a 2.0 FAR would work.
Were you asking whether it would work that you could have more rooms instead of fewer rooms?
Yes, that's what I was asking.
To be honest, without seeing a design, I wouldn't be able to give you a definite answer on it.
All right. So that was a big part of the presentation today. I mean, the applicant was suggesting that if they didn't have the opportunity to build 3.0, they could build 2.0, and they were going to be permitted to do that. I didn't crunch the numbers, but that's what they were saying. The building inspector says, maybe, maybe not. But I think that I don't think we should take the applicant's position as gospel in this case, unless somebody's crunched the numbers for me, but that's my feeling on that. And I thought that was a very large part of the applicant's case. Now, on the other hand, when we have these cases, I like to hear what the neighbors feel. And in this case, the only neighbor that I know for sure that we heard from is Dr. Trejos. And Dr. Trejos said that he was opposed to the project because it provided, he couldn't be sure that his safety concerns were going to be addressed. He said, I was generally in favor of it, but when he came to the safety concerns, he said, unless I know that they're going to be addressed, I'm opposed to it. I'm pretty sure that's the position he took. But I don't remember any other neighbors up and down Rehoboth Avenue or on Wilmington Avenue coming and testifying today, unless, of course, they signed the petition. I've been through the names, but I didn't recognize any of them. So those are some of my initial thoughts about what we heard today. I also was concerned about the bringing the financial information to us at this late stage in the game. I think that was a very important need for the applicant to have financial information. In fact, I thought they should have somebody from the hotel industry, and they did. But I probably spent 20 hours going over the materials prior to coming into the hearing today, and I would have happily spent a couple more hours reviewing financial data had it been available before the hearing right now. So those are my initial comments. I'm anxious to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Yeah, Jerry, this is Barry. Again, it's a shame that we heard the financial data. Just simply doing rooms times rate per night times occupancy gives you a number, and then you see the different numbers between a FAR, 160, 116. We heard of 75 rooms. That adds insight, that adds information that we didn't have until we just heard it tonight. So I too am disappointed that we didn't have financial information.
Walt?
Hey, Jerry. I have two questions. If we were to grant a variance for the 3.0 FAR, the plans would be required to have a site plan approval from the Planning Commission before a building permit can be issued.
Yeah, that was the, what we discussed at the beginning of the hearing. So even if we were to approve it, it would not get a building permit without the approval of the planning commission.
Okay, so without the planning commission's approval, no building permit can be issued, even if we grant the variance.
Council, you both agree with me on that? Yes. Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, could this site plan approval address Mr. Trejos's concerns?
Good, yeah.
So he wasn't opposed to, as I'm thinking of the neighbor right next door, he wasn't opposed to it, but he was opposed to it because of the fire safety setback that he had concerns about and some things with FEMA. But if that's something the planning commission could address, would it alleviate some of his concerns as a neighbor?
Could or could not address.
Okay.
Well, I think one of his concerns related to the underground parking lot. So he was concerned about damage to his building that would be caused by excavating the parking below the building, which is, you know, none of us in this room have authorization or the expertise to evaluate that concern. And that's really not even a planning commission concern so much as it is for the building officials who review it both here and in Sussex County, I presume, right? So we'd be hard pressed to rely on that concern to sway the matter in one direction or the other.
Okay.
Randy.
I think we've been put in a very difficult position here because the variance is being requested because it seems that the CDC and maybe the Planning Commission has not really followed through with what is needed from the zoning rules, and they're using us as a way to try and deal with that issue. And this has been something that's been going on for years and years. It sort of ties everybody's hands. I do understand that if we do approve this, this is not like it's a done deal. And so many of the issues that have been brought up, the flood, the fire safety and all that, those are all outside of our domain and they will be dealt with elsewhere. So we just need to really look at what happens if we grant a variance. Will it force the CDC and the rest of the city to cooperate and come up with a plan for the future? I don't know. I mean, we're just really, very caught right now.
One of the other concerns I had during the hearing this afternoon was discussion of the PLUS report. So apparently it exists, and the reason why it was generated is to determine whether or not there were going to be, the project will cause problems for the neighboring area. So that's the kind of thing that it seems to me we should be interested in, whether or not, the immediate impact it's going to have on its immediate neighbors. So that report's there, and we don't have it. Now, is it? I don't know why we don't have it. Could we get it in short order? Well, Mr. Janis is shaking his head that we could. And when could we get it?
Excuse me, Chair?
Yes.
I just forwarded it to all the members of the Board of Adjustment. You should have it in an email.
Thank you. Ann?
Yes.
Could you tell me how many pages it is?
8 pages.
8 pages, I'm hearing.
I got it.
Okay. So
could I speak to that? So, one of the challenges that this group would have with respect to the PLUS report is to what extent the PLUS report speaks to the disparity between a hotel built at 2.0 versus a hotel built at 3.0. So PLUS may be pointing out issues which exist under any project, whether we grant a variance or don't. So we can look at it, but I would be surprised if the PLUS report said that this project presents, there are no objections from plus to a 2.0, but there are objections to a 3.0. I don't think we're going to be able to decipher much from that.
We may or may not, but nevertheless, I think we should take a look at it. So how do you guys feel about taking a recess for 15 minutes to read the plus report and then coming back? Members?
Yeah, Jerry, I don't think there's anything in here. I'm going to agree with Mr. Townsend here in this, skim reading this, that any statement, any positions, fire marshals, stormwater management, FEMA, emergency management agency, sustainable processes, natural resources. Unless I'm missing something in there, I don't think there's any historical preservation, nothing along the lines where they would favor or not favor a variance on FAR.
Okay, so you're saying it's a wash. Well,
I propose not to take the recess.
Okay.
To look at this, and the others please object or.
All right. Are there any other comments to be made regarding the hearing we've had this afternoon? Okay. Now let's suppose that somebody's going to have to make a motion at some point. It's going to be for. One could be against. One could be for. One could be for with we could try to put some limitations or conditions, I guess, on that. Does anybody have any motions they'd like us to consider? Mr. Townsend?
Just one quick thing I want to reference before we get into the motions is this business of the economic hardship. It's a little bit, I think it's tricky. Very often we do hear that there is an there's an exceptional practical difficulty that is tied to economics. But the quick check case that we're counseled on as we conduct these proceedings does not require an economic hardship. It may be a popular justification for an exceptional practical difficulty, but it's not a required one. Quick check asks you to consider whether failure to remove a restriction would create unnecessary hardship or exceptional practical difficulty for the owner in relation to the owner's efforts to make normal improvements to the property. So that does not require a finding on economics.
Okay, so normal improvements. That brings us to another tricky area now, because is a 3-star improvement versus a 4-star improvement exceptional practical difficulty?
Well, I think when it comes to normal, you do tie in the first two considerations of the 4, which is the nature of the zone where the property lies and the character and uses of the immediate vicinity. If what's being proposed is out of character, then one might conclude that those improvements are not normal. They're not normal for the area. They're not normal for owners who are developing in the area.
Okay, so when we look, so here we have a property which is, okay, everybody's calling it iconic. We all know where it's located, but when I look at that corner or that block, I don't see an upscale block. I see, retailers who don't charge high prices, who don't have a year-round type of business. It's actually is kind of run down looking to me, that block. So while I would like to see that block improved, what is the status of that block right now? There's nothing really that stands out or makes me go, wow, about the way I see that block at the current time. So is this normal to put a 4-star hotel into a block that is kind of not very attractive at the moment? Should that make a difference to us?
Well, one thing that I think certainly enters in here is the CDP plan, which has not been really fleshed out as to how that gets implemented, since the zoning has not kept up with pace with the plan. And that's what really concerns me. I have to admit that in reviewing all of the documents that have been sent to us, I was completely against this when we started, but obviously was going to end it with an open mind. And my mind has really been changed, because I think that they really do seem to have this conflict, this extreme practical difficulty, that they're caught between the CDP wishes and the zoning rules that have to be enforced by Mr. Janis's office. I mean, he has no choice. And I don't see how that they have an option of even moving forward without our approving this. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, and certainly there are going to be many changes. I think so many of the objections would be addressed, the safety, the flooding, all those sorts of things. So maybe they would have to change it or downscale it somewhat if they wanted to achieve this. But it just seems that they really are in a tough position here.
Randy, my thoughts along this, we were hearing subjective words all afternoon and into the evening here. Upscale, desirable, iconic, premium, luxury. Yeah, we all get it, right? But I look at, that's the world of the CDP and the Planning Commission.
Right.
As the Board of Adjustment, I look at my requirement deck, and that happens to be section 270. Thou shall not, or thou shall, right? Things like upscale, desirable, in engineering, I would call them desirements, not requirements. So when I look at requests, I look at it from the perspective of meeting a requirement. And that's where the applicant is it's a tough position, but when something comes to the Board of Adjustment, I feel it has to be this or that. It has to be a requirement. Are we meeting a requirement? And then per the training, we've had on Board of Adjustments, we have certain things for these quick check factors we have to go through. So it's a tough one.
Normally I would agree with exactly what you said. However, it seems to me that as they're trying to comply with the CDP and the desire for how the city wants to move forward, their hands have been tied, and we continue to tie them if we don't give them the opportunity to move forward. And that's all that I think we would be presenting, is this opportunity to move forward in compliance with the CDP and see if it can be worked out with zoning. And if it can't, then they're not going to be able to do it. I really feel that in many respects, this should not have come to us. This should have been elsewhere. So I don't know if the cart is before the horse or not, but this is where it ended up. And I guess I just feel that it shouldn't necessarily stop with us, that they should have the opportunity to at least explore it further.
But, the CDP has been around for 10 or 12 years, as people mentioned previously, and the zoning code is what we have to deal with. I mean, everybody's been aware of what the CDP said. The zoning code continues the way it is. Our legislators have provided us with the zoning code, and that's what we have to enforce. Now, we do have leeway.
I'm looking at the practical difficulty is the fact that the powers that be made no effort to change the zoning code during that 12-year period. I just think it puts us in a very difficult position here.
I mean, there have been changes to the zoning code in the last 12 years, so, but maybe not to the extent that the applicant would like.
Well, or even to comply with the CDP and setting up these different zones that should be looked at.
Well, I've read the CDP several times. I think there's something in there for everyone, and And I'm disappointed that there hasn't been more attention paid to it. Well, we signed up for this duty. It's a tough job, so here we are. This is going to be a difficult decision, I think. Somebody's going to make a motion.
I can try. Again, it's a beautiful presentation, beautiful looking hotel. I'm going to make a motion to deny the variance based on failures of quick check items number 3 and 4. Quick check item number 3, a 50% variance is, in my mind, very excessive and has not been backed by factual data. It's been backed by subjective information that even if we approve it, does not have to be adhered to. You could approve it and it could be built, anything could be built there. And then for quick check item number 4, the hardships are subjective in nature, using the words upscale, iconic, premium, do not pass these requirements of the zoning code. They were not based on hardship of the land, hardship of safety, things that we would have to take a look at and say, yeah, because of this, we need to apply a variance. They were all based on the subjective information. So I'm going to make a motion to deny.
There's a second. No second, then we need another motion.
Just speak into your mic.
Well, it's with some difficulty on my part because I'm really very torn here. But I will make a motion to approve based on an extreme practical difficulty in being caught between the direction of the CDP to try and create some creative business ventures here in the city, and the fact that they have not, that the city has not updated zoning to allow for that. And therefore, I think we should give them the opportunity to pursue it further with the other powers that be by granting the variance.
Well, I don't know that that's a motion, or I mean, that sounds like a continuance request almost.
Well, I mean, a continuance would not be a bad idea to get some more information if that's an option. I will make the motion to grant the variance based on the extreme practical difficulty of the CDP and the zoning being in conflict.
Okay, well, it's not extreme practical difficulty. It's exceptional practical difficulty.
Exceptional, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that you understood that. Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Jerry, we talked about a continuous, but I do see an exceptional practical difficulty here, and I would second this.
Okay, and what is the exceptional practical difficulty that you see?
If they're going to build this 3.0 version and stuck with doing these 75 rooms, they have a financial hardship, and there's a difficulty behind that. I think also the fact that it has to go to the Planning Commission, it gives them the tool to go to the Planning Commission as well. And they would have to, before a building permit will be issued.
Well, if you're concerned about whether or not they have to go to the Planning Commission, let me ask this question.
Okay.
Could they have gone to the Planning Commission before they made the application to the Zoning Board?
So that topic was raised earlier, and in the context of Mr. Janis's responsibility to evaluate plans before they are considered by the Planning Commission. And his responsibility is to mark them compliant or non-compliant. And if they're non-compliant, they can't go to the Planning Commission. So I think I'm getting head nods. I think it's the case that the cart's not before the horse, that in order, and we'll give them a chance to elaborate over there, but in order for this particular project to go forward, they need a variance from the board before the Planning Commission can consider it.
That's correct, with the addition that there is an opportunity for a concept plan review, even if your plans aren't zoning compliant, which they have pursued.
Okay, so they've acted, the applicant has pursued the case in the appropriate manner by bringing the case to us at this point, prior to the Planning Commission.
They've pursued a manner that's legally proper, yes.
Okay. So it's got to get to the Planning Commission if we approve the variance.
I would also have no objection to amending in some fashion some restrictions on what can be built and what we are approving. I'm not quite sure the best way to add that if possible.
Council?
So could I ask staff, I think we've heard the primary justification is to locate the parking, to build an underground parking lot and to finance that. So might that not be an inappropriate condition to the application? Perhaps there are others regarding the maximum number of rooms?
Maximum number of rooms, I think, would be could be appropriate. I understand there needs to be a little bit of flexibility there, but I think that was pretty clear that it would be fewer rooms if we did this, and if there's a way we can say, I think they're talking for about 116. I mean, do we round it to 120? And for all we know, they're going to have to remove some rooms to do the safety requirements. But parking and the numbers of rooms, I think, would be an appropriate restriction. Yes, the underground parking.
You want to speak to that?
During the redo of the commercial floor area ratio and spelling out, exactly what was counted and how we review, underground parking, as long as it was solely contained underground, does not count against the floor area ratio anymore.
Right, but wasn't it the applicant's position that they needed to finance in order not to put cars on the first floor or on the ground level, they needed to finance the $14 million it would cost to build an underground lot, and they couldn't do that without generating more revenue from individual rooms and having other amenities, I think was the case they made.
Yeah, that may be true.
Well, let's ask Mr. Papajohn. Is that the case? I'm not hearing you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Council?
So if we're not there yet, certainly, but if the board were to grant a variance that included a condition that you must build the underground parking facility in order to get the relief from the FAR that you're seeking, is that something you would object to?
I would not object to that.
So if the variance was granted, you would have to locate your parking in the underground facility in order to make use of the additional FAR.
Yes, but the language should also include an additional provision also permitting us to use the satellite parking lot on Baltimore Avenue.
Right.
Okay.
And then Mr. Mason, you also referred to maximum limitation on rooms that, in your view, needed to incorporate some flexibility. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I'm not happy about the process. I'm not happy about the process. And maybe because I'm used to, the way things work in court. We have an exchange of information. We have a chance to communicate and discuss the information and to measure it before we come into court. And here we are, the fact finders in this case, and there was information that I don't know that I've thoroughly tested today, but right now I would have to say, if we're looking at the record that we have today, the record is that we heard from the applicant's witnesses who said that this would be compliant. We could build a hotel with 2.0, or we could build one with 3.0. We haven't heard any evidence contrary that they couldn't build it 2.0. So on the record that we have, I think that we would have a hard time disagreeing with what the applicant's position on that. Next, the financial problem, financial issues. Mr. Papajohn, I got to tell you, it would have been real helpful. I would have felt a lot more comfortable with this if I had that financial data beforehand. It's kind of tough to throw it at me over video and expect me to respond. But that's, under our process, that's what we have. We heard that evidence today. We haven't heard any contrary evidence. So at least what I have in front of me is that there's really no difference. In fact, they would be at a loss if they built the bigger hotel. I mean, they would make more money with the with 2.0. It's hard to get my arms around that, but that's what the testimony has been. So we're stuck in a position where we are dealing with an imperfect picture, with an imperfect process.
Excuse me, Chair, could you?
With imperfect picture, with an imperfect process, and but I think they're entitled to a decision tonight. So let's vote on it.
Is the motion finalized?
Well, I don't know that the motion, as I understand it, is a motion to approve with the condition that the applicant must be able to provide underground parking, and that the applicant limit the number of hotel rooms to 116.
Yeah, you might want to ask the maker of the motion.
Excuse me?
You may want to ask the maker of the motion if that's his motion.
Can't hear.
Does
Can I
any,
talk?
Mr.
Chairman?
Okay, let's see who we got here. Mr. Papajohn, I'm going to allow you to ask a question.
Well, your motion does not include language concerning the Baltimore Avenue surface parking lot. So that language right there would only limit us to an underground parking on the Bellhaven property. So
No, I don't agree with that. It didn't say you couldn't provide parking elsewhere. It said you had to. The motion is that you've got to construct an underground parking facility.
okay. So in other words, it's not exclusive of Baltimore Avenue property.
I wouldn't interpret it that way.
Not exclusive of Baltimore Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can add that language, not exclusive of satellite parking on Baltimore Avenue.
Right.
So Mr. Mason, is that your motion or?
Yes, that the underground parking is required. It could include the satellite parking, and that we would limit the number of hotel rooms. I understand the need for flexibility, but I think maybe we just need to stick with the 116 at this point. And if there's some sort of change in the future, we'll just have to address that. But that's what's before us right now.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second to that motion? To the amended motion? Randy just made a motion. Is there a?
I will second it.
Thank you. All right. Going to start going around the room. I'm going to start with you, Randy.
Well, I'm going to vote in favor of my motion because I do think that there is this exceptional practical difficulty with the CDP and the zoning rules being at odds, and that this will give them the opportunity to then present it to the Planning Commission and figure out a way if they can work out a compromise.
Walt?
For the same reasons as Randy stated, I'm in favor.
Barry?
I am not in favor due to the change is not minimal and it is excessive. And for those reasons, I do not agree.
I'm going to vote in favor of this, and I'll tell you why. The zoning code as it exists makes it difficult for Mr. Papajohn. It provides an exceptional practical difficulty for him to provide the hotel that he wants to build on that property. And I base it on the evidence that we heard today that was pretty much undisputed, that he could build a 2.0 version there with the same number of rooms and almost the same profile as the hotel which he seeks to build. So the fact that the zoning code prevents him from providing an improved product, basically that would be the same size as the unimproved product, I think that is an exceptional practical difficulty. I appreciate that 50% sounds like a lot, but when you look at it in terms of the 2.0 versus the 3.0, I don't think it really is that significant. The evidence before us today was that there would be, that there are financial reasons for him to do it this way. We understand now what the competition has in terms of hotel rooms in Rehoboth. This project would be no bigger than some of the other quality hotels in Rehoboth, and maybe even nicer than some of the other quality hotels in Rehoboth. So I think that that leans in his favor. As far as the nature of the zone where the property lies, it's a commercial zone. Hotels are allowed in that zone. There are, in fact, hotels in that zone. In terms of the character and use of the immediate vicinity, I got to tell you, the immediate vicinity is nothing to brag about. I mean, we all pat ourselves on the back about the boardwalk and the stores along the boardwalk. I could see some improvement there. I'd like to see some improvement there. I hope this hotel provides that improvement. We haven't heard from any neighbors who are concerned about this, the effect of this property on the neighboring properties, except for Dr. Treos. And he said, you know what, I'm generally in favor of it. But we haven't had other property owners come in and say that this would adversely affect their properties. And as a matter of fact, when I think about this, well, would merchants downtown rather have more people downtown or less people downtown to buy their wares? It just seems to me that a hotel on that street would improve the traffic, the pedestrian traffic downtown. So for those reasons, I think that there's been an exceptional practical difficulty for the applicant, and I am going to vote in favor of it. So I think that motion carries 3-1. All right. I think we're done. I think I'm done. I know.
Excuse me, Chair.
I know it.
Excuse me, Chair. You need to decide on the December meeting.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be dreaming about my mother tonight. But okay. So the fourth Monday in December is December 27th. Is there anyone not available that date? All right. So it sounds like we're all available. Madam Clerk, will you send around a preliminary agenda indicating that it was going to be December 20th?
Yes, typically in December, There generally are no meetings between Christmas and New Year, but if you're deciding on December, the Monday after Christmas, that's fine with me.
Okay. Is there anything in the queue?
We could possibly have one coming in.
Okay. And at our next meeting, whatever date it is, we need to do the officer elections again. So folks, is it okay then if we have the meeting on December 27th? I am unavailable on December 20th. I'll be out of town. So, all right.
That's fine.
The meeting will be December 27th.
Jerry,
Yes?
Jerry, would it also be a Zoom meeting? Because I'll be out of town that day, but I can Zoom in.
And I believe that Jan had indicated she may be out of town, but if it's on Zoom, I'm certainly available.
Me too.
All right.
I may not have staff to run the meeting, though.
What was that?
It may not have staff, so I think you may have to sort this out over the next few days.
Okay, we'll deal with this in the next few days and get back to it. Now, anything else, Ann?
I think that's it.
Motion to adjourn, somebody, please.
I'll motion to adjourn.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, should we have a drink?
All right.